House will come to order. Good morning, everyone. This morning, the pledge will be said by Representative Mark Baisley from House District 39 in Littleton, Colorado.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Arndt, Baisley. Benavides. Bird. Bockenfeld. Buck. Buckner.
Present.
Quinteo.
You've not done it.
Caraveo.
I have it.
Oh my God.
Carver.
Kathy's the one,
Catlin.
clerk, so just so Kathy, you want to do it?
Champion. Coleman. Cutter. Duran. Escar. Exum. Froelich. Garnett. Representative Garnett. Geithner. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Herod. Holtorf. Hooten. Humphrey. Jackson.
Here.
Jaquez Lewis. Kennedy. Kip. Kraft Tharp. Representative Kraft Tharp. Landgraf. Larson. Liston. Montine. McCluskey. McKean. McLaughlin. Melton.
What's up, Jarrett?
Michelson Janae. Mullica. Representative Mullica. Neville. Pelton. Ransom. Rich. Roberts. Sane. Sandridge. Singer. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Tatone. Valdez 8. Valdez D. Van Winkle. Weissman. Wilt. Williams. Wilson. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Lois Landon. Looks like she's on. Good morning. Good. Okay, all right. Okay, she may not know, because she's never done it. I'll text her.
With 60 present and 5 excused, we have a quorum. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today, a new strategy. You all have children. Well, I have two. They're brilliant, they're beautiful, they're fabulous kids, and they're both hockey players. And in honor of my children, Ian and Kate, I'm sharing one of their favorite quotes. You miss 100% of the shots you never take, by Wayne Gretzky. So I'm taking my shot right now. Here we go. I move that the Journal of Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You all have heard the motion and the plea. All those in favor say aye.
Aye!
Opposed say no.
No.
If only it were a better quote, I'm sure that would have done it. The motion passes. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this morning, I know all of you know because I announced it yesterday, but the people of Taiwan donated face masks to the House of Representatives. And these are what they look like. They're medical grade. There's 3 boxes over here on the press table. They contain 10,000 face masks in total. I don't know how many are in each packet here, but I'd like everyone, and I've consulted with the Speaker and the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader, please take what you need for your districts, because we want to make sure that with this generous gift that we're able to distribute them to our nursing homes, to our vulnerable populations, to law enforcement, to people who need them the most. So let's make good use of them. We'll save a few for our chief clerk and his staff in the State Patrol, but please dig in. It's for the House.
Thank you, Representative Soper. That is so kind of you. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely, and I want to thank my colleague from Delta, Representative Soper, for bringing these masks, but also making the connection, because we need to make sure that we have precautions to put in place, not only for communities all over. I'm taking these back for my community in Center, who is in need right now of masks. So thank you so much, and please, if you need a mask, take them, and please make sure you wear them properly. Thank you.
Just as long as no one takes above whatever the $57 gift limit we have.
That's right.
Okay, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Wilson, would you please come up front? I just want to say I've had the pleasure of working with Representative Wilson in the Education Committee. We had a little ceremony for him on our last meeting that we had, but I just want to share with everybody that Representative Wilson is a remarkable person to work with, and he's been a great supporter of public education in Colorado as a teacher, as a principal, as a superintendent, as a state representative. And I just want to say thank you very much from the bottom of all of our hearts for your service to Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative McLaughlin, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Representative Wilson, for all your years of service. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Finance Committee, we will be meeting today at 10:30. We will hear the one bill on the calendar and any other bills that are assigned. I'll make an announcement before we go into the committee room.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Joint Budget Committee, we will be meeting at 2:30 for Conference Committee on 1360, 1384. We tried to find a room in the Capitol. We weren't able to, so we'll be back at our old stomping grounds in Alice B.A.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public Healthcare and Human Services Committee, the entire General Assembly missed you so much that we are having another committee hearing at about 10:30-ish. In the old State Library. The bills are listed in your calendar, and I did not bring my calendar up here, so I will not announce those from the well. But I look forward to seeing you one more time, and hopefully we will see the illustrious Julia Group one more time as well, our trusty staffer. And so I look forward to seeing you all today around 10:30-ish, Old State Library.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, mark your calendars, August 28th through September 7th for the Colorado State Fair. Not only on August 28th for the Colorado Legislative Barbecue in Pueblo. If you have any questions, please reach out, but also check out the Colorado State Fair website for all the agricultural needs in southern Colorado, in Colorado. Thank you.
Let me do reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. SCR 20001 be referred to the Committee of the Whole favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 197 be amended as follows and be so amended. Be referred to the Committee of the Whole favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 205 be referred to the Committee of the Whole favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 212 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 201 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 220 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 215 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 217 be amended as follows and be so amended. Be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Garnett. Oh, I have one announcement. Are you about to go into thirds? Oh, okay. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, two announcements. One, your per diem sheets are due tomorrow, so please fill them out, preferably right now, and put them on your desks. Second announcement is just an update on schedule for today. We're going to do some third readings this morning. We're going to break for committees. So I heard some members from the other side weren't happy with how committees were going, so I hear you. We'll break for committees and Public Health, State Affairs, and Finance will meet. After they're done meeting, Appropriations will meet one more time, and then we'll come back to the floor to do special orders. Very good.
Representative,
But you don't have to.
yeah. Folks over here, you don't have to come back for it. It's just fine. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Appropes, please plan on like 11:30, 12 for our meeting, and we will be in room 271 again. Thank you.
So I have one announcement. As you all know, I am term limited, and I don't want anyone to clap. But my successor, Judy Amable, is sitting up there watching the proceedings, and so you all will be working with her next year. So welcome, Judy, to the gallery. All right. How do we know? I don't actually think she has an opponent in the. Maybe she does. Oh, there is. Yes, there could be a write-in. That's true. There could be a write-in. Okay. Majority Leader Garnett. Actually, I am going to. My back is hurting, so Representative Michelson-Janae is going to take my place for third readings.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills.
You have you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 20-1406.
House Bill 1406 by Representative Arndt, also Senator Moreno, concerning the augmentation of the general fund through transfers of certain money.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1406 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1406. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the screen, my buddies, I'm not hanging out there with you, but we'll start with Representative Landgraf. How do you vote?
You're muted.
Can't hear you.
Apologies. Yes.
Representative Landgraf votes yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. In the balcony, Representative Titone. Representative Titone votes yes. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich votes yes. Is there any other representative up in the? Okay. I vote yes. And Representative Weissman. Please vote. Okay. Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1406 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill. Excuse me?
Co-sponsors.
Oh, co-sponsors. Any co-sponsors on the screen? Any in the balcony? Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1421.
House Bill 1421 by Representatives Roberts and Sane, also Senators Donovan and Sonnenberg, concerning delinquent interest payments for property tax payments.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Better than a cereal box. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1421 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill the passage of House Bill 1421. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Landgraf votes yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich votes no. Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Titone. Representative Titone votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. And I'm waiting on Kraft Tharp and Catlin, please. Representative Catlin. Representative Catlin. Okay, with 65, Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. With 65 aye votes and 0 no votes and 0 excused, House Bill 1421 is passed. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. On the screen, any co-sponsors in the gallery? Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Bridges and Tate, also Representatives Tipper and Wilson, concerning the creation of the Colorado Imagination Library Program.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pro Tem, I move for the passage of Senate Bill 185 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 185. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Landgraf. Unmute.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Landgraf votes yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Titone. Representative Titone votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Bockenfeld, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Kraft Tharp, McCluskey. Please vote. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 185 is passed. Co-sponsors. On the screen, Representative Landgraf, Buckner, Melton, co-sponsor. Representative Titone, co-sponsors. Representative Michelson Janae, co-sponsors. Okay, please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1419.
House Bill 1419 by Representatives Escar and Landgraf, also Senators Moreno and Quam, concerning the creation of a cash fund into which money received from pharmaceutical rebates for the State Drug Assistance Program administered by the Department of Public Health and Environment will be created.
Whew. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1419 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1419. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Mr. Gregorio, do I have a button up here that I could push? Oh, here. Got it. On the screen, Representative Landgraf.
I think yes.
Yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin. Yes. Representative McLaughlin, yes. Representative Titone. Representative Titone, yes. Catlin, Gray, Kennedy. Madam Speaker, please vote. With Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1419 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1422.
House Bill 1422 by Representatives Escar and Cutter, also Senators Zenzinger and Story, concerning the creation of the Food Pantry Assistance Grant Program and in connection therewith authorizing an allocation of money the state receives from the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1422 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1422. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Landgraf, yes. Representative Buckner?
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson? Representative Jackson? For some reason, can't hear you. You're still muted.
Yes.
There we go. Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan? Yes. Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich? Yes. Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin? Yes. Representative McLaughlin, yes. Representative Tatone? Yes. Representative Tatone, yes. Representatives Herod and Hooton? Representative Hooton. Oh, here she comes, here she comes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes and 9 no votes and 0 excused, House Bill 1422 is passed. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors on the screen, I see Representative Jackson, Representative Buckner. I see any co-sponsors in the gallery, in the peanut gallery? Representative McLaughlin co-sponsors, Representative Melton co-sponsors. Anybody else? Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1423.
House Bill 1423 by Representatives Tipper and Neville, also Senators Woodward and Zenzinger, concerning the one-year suspension of a scheduled pay increase for members of the Colorado General Assembly in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1423 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1423 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Landgraf, yes. Representative Buckner?
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson?
Yes.
Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan? Yes. Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich? Yes. Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin? Yes. Representative McLaughlin, yes. Representative Tatone? Representative Tatone, yes. Please close the machine. With 65 aye votes and 0 no votes and 0 excused, House Bill 1423 is passed. Co-sponsors. On the screen, Representative Jackson, Representative Landgraf, Representative Tatone, Representative McLaughlin, Representative Froelich, Representative Buckner. Anybody else? Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1420. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader, hi, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1424.
You have heard the motion. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1424. Do you have a pen?
House Bill 1424 by Representatives Coleman and Soper, also Senators Gonzalez and Marble, concerning social equity licenses and regulated marijuana.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1424 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1424 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf.
Yes.
Representative Landgraf, yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin, yes. Representative Tatone. Representative Tatone, yes. Representative Lontine, please vote. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1424 is passed. Co-sponsors. Oh, on the screen, any co-sponsors? Melton, this looks like a you co-sponsor. You're right. Representative Melton, Representative Jackson, Representative Tatone. Please close the machine. Now go back to 1420. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1420.
House Bill 1420 by Representatives Sirota and Gray, also Senator Moreno and Hanson, concerning the adjustment of certain state tax expenditures in order to allocate additional revenues to the State Education Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of House Bill 1420 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Representative Weissman.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'm here to ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Ooh, would you like to explain yourself, Representative Weissman?
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a two-line technical cleanup that was brought to us by LLS after further conversation with the Department of Revenue. But
why don't we put it up so we can take a look at it?
And Madam Speaker, I didn't want to get into substance too much separately from permission, but I will explain.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so members, that's it. I guess I'll get into substance. Essentially, if you want to have a really good time some evening, read Part 7 of Article 26 of Title 39 and try to keep it all straight. It was brought to our attention that there are some existing sales tax exemptions for certain products with agricultural applications. Dyed diesel, I know members know about that. Special fuel for agricultural purposes. Those are in provisions of law that we were never touching in the bill. The question arose with the credit that we talked about and those other exemptions, what should control? We always intended that the other exemptions should control. So this is clarity for the user of those fuels. It's clarity for the people who sell the fuels. It's clarity for Department of Revenue. It's just to leave other existing law in place that will work to the benefit of agricultural purchasers of certain fuels. So that's what this is trying to do, and I would ask for permission.
Okay, any discussion on permission? Mr. Minority Leader Van Winkle. No? Okay. So the question before us is permission to grant Representative Weissman a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf.
Yes.
Representative Landgraf, yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan. Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich. Yes. Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin. Yes. Representative McLaughlin, yes. Representative Tatone. Yes. Representative Tatone, yes. Representatives Benavides, Herod, Lontine. Representative Herod, please vote. Rep. Herod. Okay, Representative Herod is excused. Please close the machine. Oh, wait, she's here. Please vote. Please vote on, oh, okay. Can you unexcuse her? Hold on, we have to unexcuse you. Okay, please close the machine. With 51 aye votes and 14 no votes and 0 excused, permission to add a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, thank you for permission. I move L31 to 1420. Again, this is just to provide clarity in the law and to provide that existing exemptions for sales tax for certain agricultural fuels continue, and we always meant that they would continue. This is to make it clear.
The motion is properly before us, as is the amendment. Representative, Mr. Minority Leader, Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle. There's a lot of words there. Representative Van Winkle, bring it on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, I am happy to see this amendment because it does carve out a small group that won't be getting their taxes increased. But just to be clear, the people in your districts who are not dealing with agricultural fuels are still getting their taxes increased. And I'm not sure. I've tried 15 different amendments yesterday to try to exempt special certain groups like plumbers, electricians, realtors, restaurants, small business owners, and while none of those succeeded, I am happy to see one small group succeed. But just to be clear, the people in your districts, anyone that lives in a city, a big town, the metro area, the Front Range, the I-25 corridor, the I-70 corridor, your taxes are still being increased at the price that is astronomical.
Representative McLaughlin, up in the gallery.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment entirely. Our agricultural industry has been so hurt by the closure of schools and restaurants and everything out there, and they have really, really been hurting during this pandemic, and so I appreciate the bill sponsors for doing this for them. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too rise in support of this amendment. I believe it was John F. Kennedy, one of our great American presidents, that said, agriculture is the only industry that buys retail, sells wholesale, and pays freight both ways. Now, you might think about that little phrase and let it pass as humor. But I want to elaborate a little bit on the implications. So, taxes on those inputs, you have to freight that input all the way to your farm and ranch. And if you come out, and I don't know if we're going to get to do our interim rural Colorado tour because of some legislation that's coming forward here very soon. But if you come out to the hinterlands and the rest of Colorado, one of our colleagues spoke yesterday about traveling to Illinois to work during the recess. And I know he drove right by my house, 15 miles from my house, but we're literally out in the middle of nowhere. So you have to take that, freight that to where you farm. Then you have to plant it. And the great thing about agriculture is we have the ability to produce, because of our technology and our American ingenuity, to great abundance. But we have to pay for the fuel to do that. In my business, in my top 4 expense categories is fuel. And it is tens and tens, nearly hundreds of thousands of dollars for our small farm. And we are not a big farm. We're a small to medium farm. So this helps agriculture, because then after we grow our crops, we have to harvest them, and it takes fuel to harvest. And then we have to freight it to the local elevator, where then it has to be transported to the processors and purveyors. So think about that, because in the city, you get your food from King Soopers or Safeway or Whole Foods. But if you knew the story, and many of us are interested in the story of where our food comes from, if you knew the story and the time and the travel of that one thing that you bought and how it got to you that day, you would be amazed and astounded. So this, ladies and gentlemen, helps us continue to feed America and bring forth what we all enjoy, which is having food abundance in our grocery stores. So I encourage an aye.
Okay, members, I'm going to remind us that we are on third reading. Try to please keep it down. And it's Representative Holtort's Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I don't often get to have that title, so, you know, when you come back. Can I do it now? Sure, quickly. We're in a hurry.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Pelton and then Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I'd like to thank Representative Weissman for his work on this and listening and talking to me a couple times. This is big for ag. Some of our big ag producers out in my district will blow through a couple transports of diesel a month, and so that would have just added to their operating notes to have to pay that fuel tax and then later get a credit back. So I really appreciate this amendment, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, friend.
And I want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing this amendment forward for agriculture. And as a good individual once said, God bless God bless our farmers and ranchers, and God bless you.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to say that this is a good amendment for agriculture. The fuel that's expended out in ag is a massive amount of money. We can't make it without fuel. We've got to have it. You need it because you see the production out in your grocery stores. So this is a good amendment. I'd vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L031. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf, if you're there, turn on your camera. How do you vote?
On the amendment, yes.
Representative Landgraf, yes. Representative Buckner?
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson?
Yes.
Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan? Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich? Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin? Absolutely yes. Representative McLaughlin. Representative Titone? Representative Titone, yes. Representatives Catlin and Snyder, please vote. Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. With 65 aye votes and 0 no votes and 0 excused, the amendment is adopted. Representative Weiss, is there any further discussion? Representative Buck, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in all the 8 years I've been down here, I have never offered a third amendment. I can say that this is the first time for me. But I do appreciate the dialogue that we had yesterday on the House Bill 1420, and I ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Okay, the question before us is a request for permission for a third reading amendment from Representative Buck. Would you mind putting it up so we can see what you're interested in moving, and then we will take a vote. Please display the amendment, and can you give us just a broad overview, please, Representative Buck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agriculture is big in Weld County, as we know. I've shared that with you probably 100 times, and we have carried probably the state of Colorado based on getting through a recession. So we need to protect agriculture. We need to protect those who grow our food. And so I'm asking for, if someone is filing a Schedule F in their tax return, which is a farming tax return, that they are exempted from House Bill 1420, and I believe Representative Pelton would like to say something.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And the number one income driver, revenue driver in my district is ag. And right now in a commodities market, everything is in the, excuse my French, in the toilet. And any chance we can to help farm, protect them from changing the rules in the middle of the game, new taxes, I would really appreciate. So I'd ask for yes on permission.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And, I really appreciate the discussion we're having here about the right way to amend this legislation for the sake of our agricultural businesses. I was actually on the phone at 7:45 this morning with a representative of the Farm Bureau about getting these details right. I don't think this is the right amendment at this point, so I guess I'm going to end up maybe asking for no on permission. Here's the issue. We're mixing up pass-through farms and C-Corp farms. A pass-through farm is going to have Schedule F income that's going to go along with Schedule 1 that reports back to the 1040. There is no Schedule F for a C-Corp farm. They file the 1120 that doesn't have a corresponding schedule. So trying to figure out the right way to deal with C-Corp farms, I think we've largely gotten there for pass-through farms. I'm going to be working with the drafter and the Senate sponsors to make that amendment over in the Senate. I don't think this is drafted in a way that is going to do what it wants to do for the C-Corp farms. I think we need to keep working on that, and I'm committing to everybody here again that we will do that in the Senate. So I don't think that we should do this at this time.
Representative Buck.
Well, Representative Weissman, I can't thank you enough for working with us and trying to do what you can do for agriculture. From all the people that have agricultural county, we really do want to thank you. And we do take you in good faith that you are going to try to continue to help. And I absolutely agree with you on a Schedule C. That's not what this amendment will do. It doesn't reach far enough, and I absolutely agree with you, sir. But I do think that right now, in your good faith, to try to do what we can today, because things are moving so fast, I would appreciate it if you could just right now carve out the Schedule F for ag exemption on the House Bill 1420. I would absolutely ask that let's just look at Schedule F, and you can also look at how it will affect the C Corps. So I ask that you support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Weissman. Representative Holtorf. Actually, Catlin was before you. I'm so sorry. Okay, he defers. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Esteemed colleagues, there's something unique about what is happening here, and this is the one time I'm going to try to change my colleague's mind to my left. And the point I'm going to try to make here, when you fill out a Schedule F, typically the size of your farm is a smaller farm. You may have other income. And I will tell you, in the country, please listen, please let me have your attention.
Members, it's getting loud in here. Let's pay attention to the debate. We are discussing whether or not Representative Buck should have permission for a third reading amendment and getting a little bit into the context so we know what we're voting on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. What I want to share, this might be the most profound thing I say since you've met me. And so that's why I ask for your attention. Many people in agriculture have to have a spouse or another family member working in an off-agricultural occupation. And we jokingly say in my country, in my world, in my environment, who do you have to support your farming habit or your ranching habit to make sure your bread is buttered and you're putting gas in the tank? Now, oftentimes these family units and these people in agriculture do a Schedule F. They're smaller farms. They're mid-sized farms. They are a team of off-farm or off-agricultural income and farming. So I would argue that the Schedule F may be the perfect place to start this with this amendment. It may be the perfect place to start. Yes, our larger C corporations, their ability to bear the burden of this may be greater. for those of you that want to be a champion of the little man and the little woman, the little people in this country, and I don't know if that's even the right way to say it. I apologize if I offend anybody, but for those little family farms and ranches, this is the way to reach out to them. This is the way to send a message that I care about you, and I'm willing to give you some relief. I have filled out Schedule Fs. I know about it. I've also worked in the C Corp environment. I know about that. But let me tell you, and I would ask those of you who are considering not entertaining this, this may be a perfect way to reach out to those people. We can talk about C Corps later. We can talk about this stuff later. We're coming back in what, 6 months? So I want to encourage you to consider the amendment, and I want to try to convince my colleague that this may be the perfect way to do that. Thank you for your time. Esteemed colleagues, thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I hope that I've reached out and maybe touched some of you in the consideration of this.
Representative Catlin, waiting patiently, and I apologize for overlooking you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm here talking about agriculture, which is, near and dear and true to my heart. During the recess for the coronavirus, I was home watching corn grow. That's true. We got time to plant the corn, and we got time to watch it come up, and we got an opportunity to watch it grow. But I live where corn grows. And there are a number of people in this building, they live where corn grows. If you don't live there, one of the things you have to understand is that agriculture is really the base. It's the foundation for most of the communities that we represent. It doesn't appear so. But when we start to look at the revenues that come into the communities, small and pretty good-sized communities, one of those big components is agriculture. And the Schedule F, as was mentioned, I'll get it here in a minute, as was mentioned just recently, applies to people that are not big enough, so to speak, to be a corporation. Maybe they're just getting started, or maybe it's something they have in their blood. But I am concerned about those that want to farm, and that want to farm so badly that they'll make the sacrifices of working in town during the day and working most of the night out on their place. They have a need to do this. Maybe they were raised doing it, or maybe they just woke up as a young person and decided, I really want to be a farmer. And let me take you out to where you might not have gone in regards to small farmers. One of the largest growing parts of agriculture in the state of Colorado today is the organic producer. And these organic producers are small. They may operate on 1, 2, 3 acres of ground. They walk that ground behind a rototiller of some sort. They raise truck crops. They raise things for the farmer's market. If you're a shopper at a farmer's market, you are doing business with someone that files a Schedule F. We need to be thinking about them as we move forward with these pieces of legislation. I'd like you to hear this, members. We're talking about people that may have come from the deepest part of the inner city, that have decided they wanted to do something in agriculture. They're sitting there watching this, wondering if the increased tax burden may be what sends them back to the city. I don't want to do that here today. I want to give them an opportunity to fill a life dream. In my district down in Cortez, Colorado, there are folks that have come into that community that are organic farmers that are really putting their shoulder to the wheel. They're doing things that you and I would never think about doing. Working 2 jobs during the day and going home just before sunset and taking care of that crop. Picking at night so that they have an opportunity to sell at the next day's farmer's market. Picking up the crop that night and going to another community from Cortez to Durango to work at that farmer's market. When we talk about agriculture here on the floor of the House, a lot of us have a picture in our mind that it's corporate farming. There's been a lot of conversation today and yesterday in regards to corporations. But I want you to think about the corporations that eat supper at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. So tired they can barely drag themselves into the house. Maybe they have a bowl of cold cereal and a cold sandwich because that's what they can make. And I can tell you that's true. I grew up on a farm like that. I grew up in a place where we had worked all day to the point that it was very, very hard to get in the house to even eat supper. But there was a goal in that family. The goal in that family was to farm, and to farm bigger next year if we can. I came from a place where my dad would come home at noon on a summer day and say, well, we sold some beans today. It didn't make a ripple. And after school started, he would come home and say to my mom, we sold our beans today. And my mom would hurry us up, clean the dishes, scrub our faces, and take us to town, and we'd buy our new Levi's and our new shoes and our new shirts because we had some money. We'd sold our beans, not the bank's beans. And that was a big deal. I didn't realize what was going on until I got to be a banker in the ag industry. I had to teach a number of my customers about the bank's beans versus their beans because they'd been in a situation they were gambling on everybody's beans and they kept losing. I tell you this story so that you understand what Schedule F is. This isn't a dodge. This isn't to get out of. This is to give a hand up. The state of Colorado is going to need these small farms. It does need these small farms right now. Regardless if it's 1 acre or 150 acres or out in the flatland, I'm not sure how big a small farm is. But I can tell you that it's small enough that it's very hard to make a living off of it. So I want you to think about that operator, that man, his wife, and his kids. They're not a corporation, but they work like a corporation. They're out there. They're doing it every day. There aren't grants, there aren't free loans, there aren't opportunities like that for somebody who's trying to get started. But in Colorado, we have always tried to be farm friendly. There are communities that have the right to farm ordinances that helps protect some of us. Today, we have an opportunity here in the House of Representatives to recognize some of those smaller operators. And to maybe say to them, we're with you. So those are the kind of things I'd like you to think about when I ask you to vote yes on this amendment. I do appreciate the sponsors working with us and being concerned about about C-type corporations and those type of things. But traveling right underneath that is our communities, our friends, neighbors, and families. They're out there. They're out there right now, trying as hard as they possibly can. We need to keep them out there on those farms, because the future in Colorado should not be corporate farms.
Representative Catlin, you have 1 minute left.
It should be small operators. I think I probably used up my time. I didn't figure on doing that. But anyway, I ask you to think about this and give us a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't think anybody wants to follow Representative Catlin after that. Representative Catlin, it truly is an honor to serve with you. I appreciate you always bringing that voice to this conversation. I just want to make sure that you all know that the bill sponsors have heard this issue. I, too, brought this issue to them, and I was assured they would continue working on it. I think you could even see down here in the well, they are working on this piece. We know that we have to make sure we are protecting the lifeblood of Colorado. We have to make sure that the people that feed us aren't impacted in an unfair or unintended way. And I take the sponsors at their words when they tell me they're continuing to work on this. So I appreciate the work I even see going on down here right now. I appreciate the idea of this amendment. I just want to make sure with such a complicated bill we are getting it exactly right. So with that, I appreciate you bringing this. I appreciate the sponsors willing to work on this, and I hope we can come to a resolution on this piece.
Representative Buck and Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, we cannot thank Representative Weissman enough to really help understand the agriculture issues that are behind the 1420. So we are going to right now withdraw our amendment with, again, the incredible support of Representative Weissman to continue to work on this Schedule C pass-through for agriculture. So we withdraw.
Okay, so I have heard a motion to withdraw the request for a third reading amendment.
Right.
Permission. Excuse me. Withdraw the request for permission for a third reading amendment. Representative Pelton, did you want to say something?
Just that I sincerely appreciate all the work that the sponsors are having with us. You know, ag is very huge to this state, and we just don't want to cripple it any more than it already is. So with that, I urge that, or just ask that we withdraw permission.
Okay, the request is withdrawn. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So I'm now going to ask permission for a different amendment, which is what we've all been sorting out down here in the last number of minutes. Mr. Stoka, if we could get that up there. Okay.
Okay, so we have a new request for a third reading amendment from Representative Weissman, and it is on the screen for our consideration. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Just to unpack this a little bit. So this gets at what we're getting at. This is an exemption from the add back for anybody who schedules, any individual, any pass-through farmer who is filing a Schedule F. Whatever you have on the Schedule F, whether it's a gain or a loss, whether it's $1 or $1 million, Schedule F on 1040 is how we isolate who is engaged in farming. This is what we were always going to do in the Senate. Realized we could kind of get it done here. So happy to do it here, and we'll continue the conversation about the other types of farms. I think this addresses most farms. I've heard from Rep. Pelton, folks are moving away from the corporate format anyway. So I would ask for permission for this third reading amendment number 33.
Okay, further discussion, Representative Valdez, and then Representative Catlin. No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and I want to thank the bill sponsors working with them, and appreciate removing the Schedule F for our small farmers and ranchers here in Colorado. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? The question before us is permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf.
Yes.
Representative Landgraf, yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan? Yes. Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich? Yes. Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin? Absolutely yes from Representative McLaughlin. Representative Tatone? Representative Tatone, yes. Humphrey, Ransom, Williams, please vote. Representative Humphrey. There we go. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes and 1 no votes, you have been granted permission for a third reading amendment. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and members, thank you for permission. I move L33 to 1420.
You have heard the motion, and the amendment is before us, and we have discussed the amendment. Is there anything further to add, Representative Weissman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I would like to say a little bit more. So, members, the way that this is going to work in practice.
It's a little loud in here, people. Representatives, let's keep it down a little bit. Representative Weissman, proceed.
Thank you. The way that this is going to work in practice is our Department of Revenue gets information from IRS on who has filed a Schedule F in connection with their 1040. That's the hook. This is going to mean that that particular section doesn't apply to anybody who has a Schedule F. Now, we heard earlier that some folks have to do farm business and other business. So I just want to put on the record here, the way this is going to work, maybe you are engaged in farming and you're filing the Schedule F. Maybe you're also involved in something else to make ends meet and you're filing that on a Schedule C. You're still included. I've heard from folks who work in agriculture, it doesn't always work on farming alone. You may be engaged in other business. That is coming in on a Schedule C. You are included here. So if you are involved in farming, even if you're also doing other things to complement farming, as we know is necessary sometimes, you're included. You get to continue to take the TCJA deduction. I would ask for everybody's support.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Representative Buck.
Really quick, I just want to thank Representative Weissman over and over again for really helping the agricultural industry. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the, oh, wait, there is. Representative Catlin coming down to the well. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I gave you an impassioned speech about where I came from and about the people that I love and the people that love me. So, being down here, I need to say thank you to Representative Weissman. He heard us. So did the sponsor. Thank you, sir. I don't come down a lot, but when I do, I want you to know it's because I do care about it. Thank you for paying attention. Thank you to the sponsors. Hopefully, we can do these kind of things more often. I know there are men and women that are out at the edge of town somewhere that don't know this happened, but they will this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, hello, Representative McLaughlin. Thank you, Representative Tatone, for catching my attention.
Thank you. I am the invisible person up here these days. I just wanted to say thank you very, very much to the sponsors. We have to recognize as the entire state the value of agriculture in Colorado, and this is really a positive step forward, so thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption, we gave permission, is the adoption of Amendment L033. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf.
Yes.
Landgraf, yes. Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Representative Buckner, yes. Representative Melton.
Yes.
Representative Melton, yes. Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Jackson, yes. Representative Sullivan. Yes. Representative Sullivan, yes. Representative Froelich. Yes. Representative Froelich, yes. Representative McLaughlin. Yes. Representative McLaughlin, yes. Representative Tatone. Yes. Representative Tatone, yes. Representatives Carver and Hooton, please vote. Please excuse Representative Hooton. And please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 1 excused, the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. First of all, I'll point out that that amendment did dramatically change the fiscal impact of the bill, so now we'll be voting on a bill that we don't know the fiscal impact of. But worse than that, this is the worst possible time to force a massive tax increase on the people of Colorado. Not only are they not able to come defend themselves in their pocketbooks here at the Capitol during this time, we're talking about people in your neighborhoods, people in your districts, perhaps your next door neighbor who is suffering right now because they are poor now or possibly unemployed, as nearly 500,000 Coloradans are unemployed. They are suffering and they are poor now, and many businesses are permanently closed. I know when I go to the shopping centers in my districts, say if there's 3 restaurants in the shopping center, I would go to one and it's permanently closed. So I go to my second favorite one, it's permanently closed. Other businesses finally were able to open, at least in the neighborhoods surrounding the Capitol, just days prior to riots came to smash and loot their businesses. And the knee-jerk reaction to this reality, this world that we are surrounded by, this world of greater poverty, greater pain, greater suffering, is a knee-jerk reaction to raise taxes and take more money from the people of Colorado. This is all on top of a state tax code, which is the most complex of the 50 states. Members, that is not in doubt. There is no debate about it. If there's any debate, it's maybe we're tied for the most complex of the 50 states. But thankfully, in part to the great work of Representative Kraft Tharp, myself, and several other people, that will be getting better. But honestly, it's been a ton of work, and we'll still probably be in the bottom 10 of most complex stats. And then last year, the ruling majority of this body withdrew the already small reimbursement rate for businesses doing our job as government by collecting taxes. And now we're going to be raising the taxes on those very businesses yet again. If there is one possible side, possibly positive side to this bill, it is that it will collect a lot more taxes, and those taxes in large part will go to K through 12 education. I love that. But the problem we've had in years past is for every dollar we put into K through 12 education, somehow we take a dollar out this side for, name it, EV tax credits, Medicaid expansion, 50 other projects and things. Let's put this in perspective. From 2017 to 2020, so last 4 years, 2017, 2018, and 2019, our state budget grew 24%. Well, what about the general fund? That grew 25%. Let me repeat that again, members. The general fund of this state of Colorado grew 25% in over a 3-year period, 2017, 2018, and 2019. What about population? It grew 4%. K through 12 education grew 1%. Now, we need to do a better job of funding schools, but this bill is not the solution. There are 100 different things we could do with the budget, with other bills that are under consideration right now that can help fund K through 12 education. You know, I mentioned that it's hard for people to come testify. It's hard for businesses to get our attention, even the businesses in our own neighborhoods. And yesterday, 26 business groups joined together to try to get our attention. I'll read from the Denver Business Journal. Feeling they've been targeted repeatedly in this fast-moving legislative session, more than 24 business groups issued a plea to Colorado legislative leaders Wednesday to slow down efforts to cut tax exemptions and increase regulations, and instead to work together with them on solutions. 26 groups came to Democrats on the House Finance Committee came just after Democrats on the Finance Committee moved forward a bill to eliminate some $4 million of tax breaks in order to raise over $1 billion over the next 4 years. This is seemingly a breaking point for statewide Colorado businesses. This goes along with a pair of other tax and fee initiatives and the soon-to-be insolvent unemployment insurance fund, which they will pay for. All of this comes, business leaders noted, at a time when more than 500,000 Coloradans have lost their jobs over the past 3 months due to coronavirus restrictions, and when employers are being asked to rehire staff. So what they're telling us, members, is if there was a small business owner who had 10 employees, they had to lay them off because their shop got closed for 3 months. Now they want to rehire those people. They're not going to be able to rehire the 10 employees. They're only going to rehire 6 or 7 because of this bill. Vote no on this bill. I implore you, and I join with the business job creators of our state of Colorado and the people of Colorado who you are reaching in their pocketbooks and taking more of their money at a time when they simply do not have it.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Yesterday, we did have a very extensive debate on this bill. And first of all, I do want to thank the sponsor for adding L033. I do think that that helped. I very much appreciate his support of the rural areas of our state by adding that. But I still can't get to the point where I feel like this bill would be anything but very unfair to our state as a whole. Part of what we talked about yesterday was just the unfairness of the federal government trying to help these small businesses with the various programs, the various loans, the various grants that they were giving for the COVID-related shutdowns. And then we're kind of running in, snatching in, and grabbing that money back as a state. And I know one of my points that I made yesterday, for those of you that were listening and for those of you that have children, was that we are killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, in that small businesses are actually what support us, support the role of government, support the services that we provide, schools, just law enforcement, roads, all the things that we do as a government are supported by the taxes that we receive. And if we go in and start killing that goose that lays the golden eggs, we're going to be left with a dead goose and not really a productive way to keep going as a state, because businesses will leave, businesses will shut down, businesses will just give up. And for us to have this overarching taxation is just wrong. We really should not be killing the goose. But then, so last night, I know we had a very late night here, and when I got home, I was looking at just some emails and messages that I had, and I had been sent a meme of a bird that had been saved, a baby bird that had been saved, that was being held in somebody's hands, and they were setting it free. So this bird was flying away, and just as it started to gain altitude, it just got about 4, 5, 6 feet off the ground. A cat leaped out from the bushes, snatched the bird, pulled it back into the bushes, and presumably ate it. And since I'd been talking about geese yesterday, I guess that's why I looked at that bird as the businesses that are being helped by this person that wants to save the bird, but then the cat, which is the government, the evil government, leaps up out of the bush, grabs that bird as it's trying to gain altitude and kills it, or maims it. And I just want to make sure, I know stories are probably not the best way. I'd love to give numbers, and I'll actually get to that in just a minute because I have numbers as well. But I'm trying to make sure that everybody understands that us taking back something that the federal government has tried to give businesses to help them not just succeed, but even just keep going, just help them dig their way out of a hole that they were shoved into of something that was not their fault at all. So this federal government tries to help, and then we are this evil cat that is jumping up, trying to get them back out of the sky when they're trying to fly away and actually be able to survive. I honestly think that sometimes these stories are fun ways to think about what we do here, but it still is something that we really should not be taking back from these small businesses. I went through some of the amendments. this, I just don't even believe, I think it's morally wrong for us to be taking this money back from businesses that have been given it. But I also think it's unnecessary. We went through, a member of our staff went through and added up all the amendments that we presented on the budget, that my caucus presented on the budget, and taking away all the duplicates, this is just money from general fund, came up with $847.6 million. Now, granted that not all of those would be ones that people could agree on, but $847 million, the fiscal note of this bill says that it would garner $248 million the first year. So we presented amendments, or my caucus presented amendments that were quadruple that. So if we could even find some common ground in part of that, that would have actually covered what this bill is supposedly going to get. And that's what the fiscal note says. That's if businesses don't just curl up and leave or go out of business because we are, again, taxing them into oblivion. That is not the role of government. It's not something we should be doing, and we should actually be embarrassed even thinking about taking this money that was given by the federal government for these businesses to be able to survive. I do have one more email. I know that I read one yesterday, and I have one more today. This is from IREA. Many of us have constituents that are served by IREA. They are opposing this bill. They are opposing House Bill 1420, and here's the paragraph that describes why. The provisions beginning on page 8 that repeal the sales and use tax exemption for electricity consumed for manufacturing and industrial uses, beginning with filing periods after August 1st, 2020, creates an incredible cost and infrastructure burden on utilities and consumers in an incredibly short time frame. These accounts would need to be separately metered, which is costly to the consumer and adds additional back-end work on the utilities to implement. 90 days to implement widespread changes across a utilities service territory is an almost impossible deadline. In a time when small businesses are struggling significantly from the effects of COVID-19, this would increase the burden on them by removing a long-standing exemption, therefore increasing their utility bills and requiring costly metering upgrades. Additionally, this would burden the resources of utilities, an essential service, who are already stretched in continuing to provide service during these trying times while making every effort to help struggling customers with their accumulating bills. IREA strongly urges, at this point the bill was in the Finance Committee, to remove these provisions that place undue and unreasonable burdens on small businesses and essential services. So seriously, folks, we are creating what could be an administrative nightmare for businesses as well as IREA, and not just administrative nightmare, but also an actual nightmare for them as they're trying to dig their way out of the hole where they have been forcibly closed for 2 months or longer, and they're not able to serve their customers, earn the money that they have been working on, that people often put their lifeblood into. Again, if you come and talk to any member of my caucus, they would be able to help you and show you areas where the caucus on the right side of the aisle was able to find $847.6 million of ways to add money into the general fund that were obviously turned down during the budgeting amendment process. But given that this bill has $248 million of revenue projected, and again, that's only if businesses stay here. That does not count if businesses give up and leave. With that, I urge a no vote on this bill and really hope that you will think about all of the people, all of the businesses that we are hurting with House Bill 1420. And thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate that. I'm not going to talk long. I just want to read to you what I just received, an email. And let me explain this. This comes from David Jeffrey, President, Chief Executive Officer of JPM Prototype and Manufacturing, Inc. It's very quick. Representative Champion, I'm a manufacturer of 28 employees, and I need for you to fully understand how devastating HB 1420 will be for my business, especially during the time when I'm doing all I can to keep my team members employed. Just trying to keep them employed. This could not be a worse time for this bill. That's real. 28 members. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a travesty. I cannot believe that you intend to vote yes for this bill. I urge a no vote for this horrible bill.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Yesterday I came down to this well and I said, shame on you. The reason I said that and the reason that you don't usually see me that fired up is because I am intimate with how this relationship works. I could not have more respect, more absolute humility about the work that our JBC members have done this year. We are facing harder times than we have ever seen to make sure that we can balance our budget, that we can find money for education, that we can do the things that we have a responsibility to do as a legislature. So with that respect and with that humility, I come back and I say, shame on you for shaking this money tree and trying to find a few tokens and a few dollars that literally tell companies do not do business here so that we can shunt that money toward education. Children who might get their books, might get more teacher pay, which we need to do, but then whose parents will not have a job. And I don't say this because, oh, it's some fantasy. I am intimately related to the kind of economic development that this kind of finance requires. Cardinal Glass moved to the city of Loveland because we own our power utility. So they found reliable, inexpensive, because I was told never to say cheap, reliable, inexpensive electricity in our town so that they could build a plant that tempers glass. Can I tell you how fortunate we are to have such a good partner there? But can I also tell you that they spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on that very reliable and inexpensive electricity because that's what they need. And now we're going to come and say, because you are a certain type of corporation and because we need more money, we're going to cap your ability to deduct your input. Stop and just think about that for a minute, folks. You just filled out forms today to be reimbursed for your travel to the Capitol because that's a cost to us as legislators to come down here and do work. Did anybody put down zero because, you know, by golly, we just feel so bad that we're going to go ahead and eat that cost? I see a hand up, and good for you. Here's the deal. That's what it takes to come down here and do your work. So how do we sit in this body and then tell a business that they can't do the same thing? Are they selling a portion of that electricity when they ship glass out of Cardinal Glass's plant? No. That is the cost of doing the thing they need to do to produce the product to go sell it. So how dare us sit here and say we're going to arbitrarily say that you don't get to deduct the full amount of that input? You know what happens? If I can't deduct it, then I have to raise the price of my product. If I raise the price of my product, I become less competitive. If I become less competitive, eventually I either have to decide not to do business here or to go out of business altogether. Either way, I cost Colorado jobs. This is not hard math. Shame on us if what we think is to take these dollars has no impact somewhere else and has no devastating impact to the future of the very kids that we say we want to help. This is a very strong no vote.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I rise in strong opposition to House Bill 1420. Yesterday during the debate, you heard me say that our own Chamber of Commerce from Colorado Springs, our own Chamber of Commerce, which Colorado Springs is the second largest city in Colorado. In fact, El Paso County is the largest county population-wise in Colorado. But our own Chamber of Commerce was never consulted on this bill. I want to repeat that. Our own Chamber of Commerce, which represents hundreds of members in the El Paso County area and thousands of employees and employers, was never even consulted on this bill. So I want to share a few thoughts and comments from our own chamber and other business leaders, because here at the very time when businesses are trying to open back up and get back on their feet after a devastating pandemic, we're now piling on additional rules and regulations and costs. So here's, one of the business owners from Colorado Springs asked, whatever happened to do no harm? That's the Hippocratic Oath. At first, do no harm. Our businesses are devastated because of the pandemic, and we keep seeing bills in the legislature, an example of this one, and there's several others, that add additional costs that are unsustainable, and we hope to open up and bring back our workers so they can care for their families. The Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce, along with some 20-some-odd business groups, NFIB and Colorado Concern and so forth, they are adamantly opposed to this legislation, even with this minor amendment that we put on today. During a recession or coming out of a recession, this is not the time to add additional costs, even if it is, like my good colleague Representative McKean said, yes, we want our kids to get educated, but if their parents and their grandparents can't put food on the table and they don't have a job, that doesn't do little Johnny and little Susie much good. This bill eliminates a very significant, the 20% federal pass-through deductions for LLCs and sole proprietorships. We've heard this often. This is going to be a massive tax increase on innumerable numbers of businesses. We add that to the unemployment, to the additional costs through legislation of the unemployment insurance that's going to add anywhere from $42 to over $800 that employers are going to have to pay to try and replenish the UIT fund. The literal costs, by one report that was just issued Wednesday, that this bill is expected to raise over $400 million in 21-22 and another $140 million due to the unemployment insurance trust fees. That will be anywhere from $140 to over $300 million. Last but not least, we've heard talk about what's happening to the ag community. The Colorado Farm Bureau Vice President Sean Martini said, however, that every cost that is being thrown into business can be a backbreaker that prevents an expansion that causes business to go under. And I could go on and on and on, but here speaking for my own Chamber of Commerce, the Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce, they're adamantly opposed. I hope my colleagues throughout El Paso County are hearing what I have to say on both sides of the aisle, that our own Chamber of Commerce, the businesses and the people that you are here to try and represent, that they're against this bill. You're going to be voting against your own constituents if you support this bill. I urge a no vote on House Bill 1420. Thank you, members.
Representative Byrd.
can work very well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I wanted to come up and just make a quick statement about this bill. You know, we've had so many conversations. We've just spent the last several weeks debating a budget, cutting $3.3 billion from our budget. This is money that we no longer have to invest in our roads, institutions of higher education, healthcare, public schools. We're in a tough place, and I know our businesses are in a tough place too. We are all in a very tough place. And before we convened to come back into session, our JBC was reeling, working with departments to find out what programs are we going to cut. And every cut that was going to be made to different departments, there was an argument, wait, don't cut this because this investment actually saves us money. Don't cut this because this actually gets people employed. These different investments that the state is making have so many great returns to the state, yet because we don't have the money, we're not in a place to continue making those investments. So now fast forward, here we are, back in the legislative session and having this conversation now with our taxpayers. And the challenge here is all of these programs that we talk about, and I give great credit to my colleagues on this side of the aisle with whom I sit with. They raise so many good points, as does our business community, that a lot of these tax incentives and breaks that we have built into our code do net a great return, but it's so similar to many of the investments that the state had to cut because we can't afford it. All of this is a long way of saying that when we have the money, I am fully in support of having a tax code that incentivizes private behavior for action that is in the public interest. And I think that's the point that so many of you are making right now. But right now, we don't have the money. And in a time when we have cut $3.3 billion out of our budget, we can't be spending money that we don't have. Tax credits, tax breaks within the code, they're called tax expenditures for a reason. It's because it costs our general fund money. So one other point I wanted to make is we hear a lot about how the cuts are going to really cause great damage, and I understand that. We've been through this during the Great Recession. If you recall, there were several cuts that happened out of necessity during that time as well. And it was hard, but then after the Great Recession, now we've recovered. We had a great period of economic expansion. One thing I'll point out, there is something fundamentally wrong with our tax code if only our private sector recovers, but our state never did. So you must know that for public education funding, just to take one example, we just, I think, got back to 2010 or 2008 levels of per pupil funding. So there's something wrong when only when only the private sector recovers, but the public sector still is not able to appropriately invest in our schools, in healthcare, and in our roads. And all of those things, colleagues, are economic drivers. Those are long-term economic drivers that bring business to Colorado. When we appropriately invest in our kids, in our roads, in our institutions of higher education, those are the things that bring businesses to the state of Colorado and encourage them to be real job creators. So we're in a bad place right now. We need to tighten our belts. We're in this together. It's shared sacrifice. It's a time to come together and do good things for our state. And all of that being said, I look for better times to come when we can reevaluate what those policies are that we put in place that incentivize job creation and bring more business back to Colorado. I want to be the first one to work on those programs. So thank you for listening.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And thank you to my colleague, whom I do greatly respect. I do take a few issues here. First of all, I think it's certainly a novel interpretation to call aligning our state tax code with federal tax law a tax expenditure. I think that given the fact that every other state in the union aligns their state tax returns with what the federal government determines tax liability, I don't think it's exactly fair to call it a tax loophole, a tax break, a tax expenditure. because it is what we have done in this country since the existence of taxation. We are going to break with that now, which will, to my colleague's point, Representative McKean earlier, make us uniquely non-competitive amongst the 49 states for companies to look to relocate here. I cannot emphasize enough, colleagues, how absolutely backward this is if we want to attract any sort of company that has any sort of ability to operate in another state. So this is anyone who manufactures. This is anybody who is, beyond sort of a brick and mortar, like small retail business. Why would they choose to locate in a state where their compliance office and their tax and accountancy office is going to have to prepare two entirely different tax liabilities every single year? Why would you do that? That is an immediate baked-in cost is going to drive hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of additional expenditure just to determine tax liability. That's before you've even produced any product. Then you add in the provisions around energy, which for manufacturing is going to make us extremely uncompetitive. I cannot believe we are here talking about a $3.3 billion deficit, and we seem to not acknowledge the fact that the reason we have a $3.3 billion deficit this year is because we have shut down business activity in this state through government action. Now, we can talk about the necessity of that action, but the fact of the matter is, this was not something that the private sector brought upon itself. This was the government saying you must cease economic activity. We, as a consequence of that, have lost $3.3 billion in revenues that we otherwise would have had. But that is because the people are not at work and they're not paying their payroll taxes. Companies are not open collecting sales taxes and remitting those. They're not open collecting or paying their property tax. Those revenues are not there because we have depressed business activity through government action. And now, in order to recoup those revenues, we're going to do something that is incredibly devastating to the business community. It is entirely countercyclical. This is the most ill-conceived policy I have seen go through this chamber in my 2 years here. And I cannot emphasize enough to you what a terrible message this is sending to the business community. We are all heartbroken about the cuts that had to be made to K through 12. What I do not want to do is come back here next year and have to deal with a hole that is much larger because we came through in the middle of the summer, and rather than helping businesses that are struggling on the edge right now, rather than giving them a hand up and saying, hey, we want to make sure you survive so you can bring your employees back, so you can get them back on the payroll, so they can pay their taxes, you can pay your taxes, we can get this economy going again. Instead, we decided to come in and finish them off. And we're going to come back next year and we're going to be in a much worse hole because we've done nothing to help the business community. And we have continued to pile on more and more and more. And it's going to make it impossible for anybody that had a chance at surviving to survive this. And when we're back here next January wondering why we have a $4 billion or a $5 billion hole, that we don't have all of these cash funds and creative budgeting projections to rely on next year, and we have to come up with cuts that are even worse than what we're doing this year, it will be because we killed off a huge swath of our business community. And it will be because of our actions if we move this bill. So I cannot emphasize enough how irresponsible this is. I strongly urge a no vote, and I hope if we, in our wisdom, do not defeat this bill here, that at least the governor will veto it. So,
Representative Liston. Representative Liston, this is your second time and you have 5 minutes left.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad you reminded me of that. Members, I greatly appreciate this debate, and my good colleague from Westminster who was up here a few minutes ago, Representative Byrd, who I greatly admire and so forth. I do have to take exception a little bit about the sacrifices that what businesses need to do. Businesses are already sacrificing. I guess it's how you look at the glass. Is it half full or half empty? Those of us who have a great appreciation for the free enterprise system that is responsible for building our great economy and for funding, we look at that as they're there to help people have good jobs and thrive and grow. And if we have a thriving business environment, we will see all sectors grow, which also means the government. But there's an old adage that if you want more of something, you subsidize it, which, in other words, if you want to have good business activity, you have measures out there that foster the development and the growth of business activity. But if you want less of something, then you tax it. And the point being is that you look at the states that are struggling today, like New York and Illinois and New Jersey and Connecticut, that are consistently and always raising their taxes on their citizens and businesses, and you see how their economies are performing today. That's what we're trying to turn Colorado into, and California, is we're trying to turn Colorado into a high-tax state. And yet, if you look at the economies like Florida and Georgia and Texas and Arizona, those states that have favorable business environments where they foster and encourage good businesses, then you wonder why their economies are doing so well. As to individual businesses, when I look in Colorado Springs, we have very good businesses that are very generous to the school districts. They donate to the school districts. They give generously to the school districts. When school districts need to have sponsorships or money, it's always the businesses that are there to come up and help out the school districts and the universities. They couldn't survive without a healthy business environment. Remember, it's also those businesses due to the Gallagher Amendment, that are paying their ever-increasing share of property taxes. The businesses are paying payroll taxes and excise taxes, and the businesses throughout the state are paying that business personal property tax, and the list goes on and on and on. So if we want to see Colorado succeed, we need to get the heavy hand of government off the backs of businesses and out of their pockets, and let them grow and prosper the way that they can. And as they grow and prosper, so will the state of Colorado, so will the education community. But if we want to turn Colorado into high-tax states like Illinois and New Jersey and New York, which are struggling today, then vote for this bill. But if we want to have a strong economy, then vote no on House Bill 1420. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to rise in opposition to this bill. I have never seen a less business-friendly bill. And I've been in local government a long time, and I've observed this body, and this is one of the worst. It's so shocking to me. It came as a complete surprise when it was introduced to the Grand Junction Chamber of Commerce. It came as a surprise to Club 20. It came as a surprise to the AGNC. It came as a surprise to Fruita Chamber, to the Palisade Chamber. I don't know who they talked to on the Western Slope and were convinced that this was a good bill. I am going to take a little bit of an issue when we were lectured about the need to eliminate tax credits. Last year, I can't even tell you how many bills had a tax credit attached to it for all these feel-good programs. So I'm not sympathetic that that we need to raise this money because we've been spending like drunken sailors up here. A 27% increase in the last 3 years to the budget. That makes absolutely no sense. Where's the discipline? You know, I used to be a county treasurer, and when we were having some economic tough times in Mesa County, when the county said, you know, you need to cut 5% out of your budget, you can take a challenge and turn it into an opportunity if you have the discipline, because in the last year that I was the county treasurer, my budget came in 25% under. And it can be done if you just have the discipline and the political will to do it. I am so disappointed that that we're even wasting our time on this bill, and I certainly ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader, Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Van Winkle, this is your second time. You have 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Now, members, Colorado used to be top 5 in our nation for business friendliness. Repeatedly, whether it was CNBC, Bloomberg News, others, U.S. News and World Report, they always said Colorado was one of the friendliest, best places if you want to start a business, if you want to bring jobs, if you want to move your business to a friendlier state than, say, California. Colorado is a place to move. But we have been steadily falling down those ranks year after year after year. I can think of so many great jobs and job creators that were brought to Colorado, like Charles Schwab, Lockheed, Visa, Aero Electronics, Amazon right now in Colorado Springs are trying to bring jobs to Colorado. We have a tremendous amount of military spouses who hopefully when we get Space Force to Colorado and Colorado Springs, those military spouses are going to be looking for work, and one of the things we have done for them is the Red Tape Reduction Act, which is terrific, and I can't talk about another bill, so I'll get back to this bill, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. This bill will
I appreciate that.
harm our chances of getting Space Force. It will harm our chances of getting that next business, and for the next job creator that wants to start something out of their job or start something out of their house, they're not going to be able to do it because as soon as they try to get off the ground, these tax hikes, these billions of dollars of tax hikes, are going to crush them. One of the business owners did ask, whatever happened to do no harm? Do no harm was a promise that we made to the people of Colorado, not the State House. Only one side of the aisle made that promise. So to the majority party's credit, you never made the promise, so you're not breaking the promise, but this bill certainly does harm. Members, I implore you to vote no on this bill. I'm very ashamed that we don't even know what the bill is going to cost. We amended it dramatically this morning. That will dramatically change the cost of it. Most members, because this bill has been moving so fast and the public hasn't even been able to testify on it, have not even had the chance to read it all the way through. And therefore, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, for the first time and maybe last time in my career, I asked to have House Bill 1420 to be read at length.
You have heard the motion, I'm sorry, the motion has already been made and a bill has been asked to be moved at length. We have to go to that motion before we can get to you. I'm sorry, Representative Holtorf. Thank you. House Bill 1420 will be read at length.
A bill for an act concerning the adjustment of certain state tax expenditures 101 in order to allocate additional revenues to the state 102 education fund, and, in connection therewith, making 103 an appropriation. Point 1. Income. For income tax years ending on and after the enactment of the March 2020 Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, but before January 1, 2021, and for income tax years beginning on and after the enactment of the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to the difference between a taxpayer's net operating loss deduction as determined under federal law before the amendments made by Section 2303 of the CARES Act and the taxpayer's net operating loss deduction as determined under federal law after the amendments made by Section 2303 of the CARES Act. For income tax years ending on and after the enactment of the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, and for income tax years beginning on and after the enactment of the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to a taxpayer's excess business loss as determined under federal law without regard to the amendments made by Section 2304 of the CARES Act, but with regard to the technical amendment made in that section of the CARES Act. For income tax years ending on and after the enactment of the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, and for income tax years beginning on and after the enactment of the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to the amount in excess of the limitation on business interest under federal law without regard to the amendments made by Section 2306 of the CARES Act, and for income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to the deduction for qualified business income for an individual taxpayer who files a single return and whose adjusted gross income is greater than $75,000, and for an individual taxpayer who files a joint return and whose adjusted gross income is greater than $150,000. This federal deduction may be claimed for income tax years commencing prior to January 1st, 2026. Section 4 limits the amount of net operating loss that a corporation may carry forward to $400,000. This section also specifies that a corporation may add the amount of all net operating losses that a corporation is prohibited from subtracting, with interest, to the allowable net operating loss that is carried forward by the corporation. Section 5 eliminates the state income tax modification for qualifying net capital gains for income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2021. Section 6 and 7 repeal the exemption from the state sales and use 1000 taxes for the sales, purchase, storage, use, or consumption of electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or nuclear fuel, for use in processing, manufacturing, mining, refining, irrigation, construction, telegraph, telephone, and radio communication, street and railroad transportation services, and all industrial uses, for filing periods on and after August 1st, 2020, except not the state sales and use tax exemption for newsprint and printers Inc. for use by publishers of newspapers and commercial printers. Section 8 creates a sales and use tax refund, not to exceed $1,000 per filing period, for filing periods on and after August 1st, 2020, for all state sales and use tax paid by the taxpayer on the sale, storage, use, or consumption of electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or nuclear fuel, for use in processing, manufacturing, mining, refining, irrigation, construction, telegraph, telephone, and radio communication, and all industrial uses, except that the $1,000 per filing period limit does not apply to the sale, storage, use, or consumption of diesel fuel purchased for off-road use, electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or nuclear fuel purchased for agricultural purposes, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or nuclear fuel for use in generating electricity, and electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or nuclear fuel for use in street and railroad transportation services. Sections 9 and 10 prevent the elimination of the sales tax exemption and the creation of the sales tax refund from affecting county and municipal sales and use taxes. Section 11 repeals the statutes that provide an insurance premium tax rate reduction for insurance companies maintaining a home office or a regional home office in the state. Section 11 also clarifies that, for purposes of the insurance premium tax, an annuity plan or an annuity consideration does not include a deposit-type contract that does not incorporate mortality or morbidity risks, such as a guaranteed investment or interest certificate, a supplementary contract without life contingencies, an annuity certain, a premium fund or other deposit fund, a dividend accumulation, a coupon accumulation, a lottery payout, or a structured settlement. The earned income tax credit is equal to a percentage of the federal earned income tax credit. Section 12 increases the percentage from 10% to 20% beginning in 2023. Section 12 also specifies that for income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2020, taxpayers filing with an individual taxpayer identification number are eligible for the earned income tax credit. Section 13 specifies that the state treasurer shall transfer the following amounts from the general fund to the state education fund created in Section 17(4) of Article 9 of the state constitution for the following fiscal years: $150 million for the fiscal year 2021 to 22, $200 million for the fiscal year 2022 to 23, $200 million for the fiscal year 2023 to 24, and $200 million for the fiscal year 2024 to 25. Be it enacted by the Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-22-104, add 4, 3, L, 3, M, 3, N, and 3, O, as follows: 539-22-104. Income tax imposed on individuals, estates, and 6 trusts, single rate, legislative declaration, definitions, repeal. Point 7, 3, there shall be added to the federal taxable income 8, L, for income tax years ending on and after the 9 enactment of the March 2020 Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and 10 Economic Security Act, Pub. L 116 to 136, referred to in this 11th section as the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, and for 12 income tax years beginning on and after the enactment of the 13 CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to the 14 difference between a taxpayer's net operating loss deduction as 15 determined under Section 172A of the Internal Revenue Code 16 before the amendments made by Section 2303 of the CARES Act 17 and the taxpayer's net operating loss deduction as determined 18 under Section 172A of the Internal Revenue Code after the 19 amendments made by Section 2303 of the CARES Act. Point 20 M. For income tax years ending on and after the 21 enactment of the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, and 22 for income tax years beginning on and after the enactment of 23-1400 and the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to 1A taxpayer's excess business loss as determined under Section 2461 L of the Internal Revenue Code without regard to the 3 amendments made by Section 2304 of the CARES Act, but with full regard to the technical amendment made by Section 23045 B 2B of the CARES Act. Point 6 N. For income tax years ending on and after the 7 enactment of the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, and 8 for income tax years beginning on and after the enactment of 9 the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to 10 the amount in excess of the limitation on business interest under 11 Section 163 J of the Internal Revenue Code without regard to 12 the amendments made by Section 2306 of the CARES Act. Point 13 O. For income tax years commencing on or after January 14, 2021, an amount equal to the deduction allowed under Section 15199A of the Internal Revenue Code for a taxpayer who files a 16 single return and whose adjusted gross income is greater than $1775,000, and for taxpayers who file a 18 joint return and whose adjusted gross income is greater than $19,150,000. Point 20 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-22-304, add 2 I 21 as follows: 2239-22-304. Net income of corporation, legislative declaration 23, definitions, repeal. 2. There shall be added to federal taxable income 24 I for income tax years ending on and after the 25 enactment of the March 2020 Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and 26 Economic Security Act, Pub. L 116 to 136, referred to in this 27-1422-5 section as the CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, and for 1 income tax years beginning on and after the enactment of the 2 CARES Act, but before January 1st, 2021, an amount equal to the 3 amount in excess of the limitation on business interest under 4 Section 163 J of the Internal Revenue Code without regard to 5 the amendments made by Section 2306 of the CARES Act. Point 6 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-22-504, amend 7, 1, and add 7 as follows: 839-22-504. Net operating losses. 1. A net operating loss 9 deduction shall be allowed in the same manner that it is allowed under the 10 Internal Revenue Code except as otherwise provided in this section. The 11 amount of the net operating loss that may be carried forward and carried 12 back for Colorado income tax purposes shall be that portion of the federal 13 net operating loss allocated to Colorado under this article. Article 22 and 14 the taxable year that the net operating loss is sustained. Point 15 B. For losses incurred after December 31st, 2017, the 80-16% limitation set forth in Section 172 A 2 of the Internal 17 Revenue Code shall apply without regard to the amendments 18 made in Section 2303 of the March 2020 Coronavirus Aid, Relief 19 and Economic Security Act, Pub. L 116 to 136.20, 7A. Notwithstanding any other provision of this 21 section, the maximum amount of net operating loss that a 22 corporation may subtract from federal taxable income 23 pursuant to Section 39-22-304, 3G, for a tax year commencing 24 on or after January 1st, 2021, IS $400,000. Point 25, B. A corporation may add an amount equal to the amount 26 of all net operating losses that a corporation is prohibited from 27-1,422.6. Subtracting from federal taxable income pursuant to 1 subsection, 7A, of this section multiplied by a rate of interest 2 equal to 3.25% per annum for the 3 period during which such net operating losses are prohibited to 4 the allowable net operating loss that is carried forward by the 5 corporation. For the purpose of Section 39-22-304, 3G, that 6 amount is considered net operating loss. Point 7 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-22-518, amend 8, 1, and add 9, as follows: 939-22-518. Tax modification for net capital gains, repeal. Point 10, 1, for income tax years commencing on or after July 1st, 1995, but 11 before January 1st, 2021, a modification, in the form of a reduction of 12 income taxable by the state of Colorado, shall be allowed to any qualified 13 taxpayer for the amount of income attributable to qualifying gains 14 receiving capital treatment earned by the qualified taxpayer during the 15 taxable year and included in federal taxable income. Point 16, 9, this section is repealed. Effective December 31, 2028.17 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-102, amend 18, 21A, as follows: 1939-26-102. Definitions. As used in this Article 26, unless the 20 context otherwise requires 21, 21A, I, for sales and purchases made before January 1, 22, 2023, sales and purchases of electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke 23 or nuclear fuel, for use in processing, manufacturing, mining, refining 24 irrigation, construction, telegraph, telephone, and radio communication 25 street and railroad transportation services, and all industrial uses, and 26 newsprint and printers Inc. for use by publishers of newspapers, and 27 1,422.7. Commercial printers shall be deemed to be wholesale sales and shall be exempt from taxation under this Part 1.2. 2. For sales and purchases made on and after January 1, 3, 2023, sales and purchases of newsprint and printers Inc. for use for by publishers of newspapers and commercial printers are deemed 5 to be wholesale sales and are exempt from taxation under the 6 Part 1.7. 3. Subsection 21 A I of this section is repealed. Date effective January 1, 2028.9 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-705, Amend 10, 1, as follows: 1139-26-705. Miscellaneous use tax exemptions, printers Inc. 12 and newsprint, manufactured goods. 1. A. I. For sales and 13 purchases made before January 1, 2023, the storage, use, or 14 consumption of printers Inc. and newsprint shall be exempt from taxation. 15 under the provisions of Part 2 of this article, Article 26.16. 2. This subsection, 1. A. I as repealed, effective January 1, 17, 2028.18. B. For sales and purchases made after January 1, 2023, 19, the storage, use, or consumption of newsprint and printers Inc. 20 for use by publishers of newspapers and commercial printers are 21 exempt from taxation under the provisions of Part 2 of this 22 Article 26.23 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-715, Amend 24, 2, Introductory Portion and 2, B, I, as follows: 2539-26-715. Fuel and oil, definitions, repeal. 2. The following 26 are exempt from taxation under the provisions of Part 2 of this article, this 27 1422.8. Article 26:1, B, I, A, for sales and purchases made before January 1, 2, 2023, the storage, use, or consumption of electricity, coal, coke, fuel oil 3, steam, nuclear fuel, or gas for use in processing, manufacturing, mining, for refining, irrigation, building construction, telegraph, telephone, and radio 5 communication, street, and railroad transportation services, and all 6 industrial uses. 7. B. This subsection, 2, B, I, as repealed, effective January 8, 1, 2028.9 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 39-26-730 as 10 follows: 1139-26-730. Refund of state sales and use tax for certain types. 12 of fuel, application requirements and procedures. 1. For sales and 13 purchases made on and after January 1, 2023, a purchaser is 14 allowed to claim a refund, not to exceed $1,000 15 per month, of all state sales and use tax paid by the purchaser. 16 pursuant to Parts 1 and 2 of this Article 26, on the sale, storage 17 use or consumption of electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam 18 coke, or nuclear fuel, for use in processing, manufacturing 19 mining, refining, irrigation, construction, telegraph, telephone 20 and radio communication, and all industrial uses, except that 21 the $1,000 per month limit does not apply to the 22 sale, storage, use, or consumption of the following: 23, A. Diesel fuel purchased for off-road use. 24, B. Electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or nuclear. 25, fuel purchased for agricultural purposes. 26, C. Coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or nuclear fuel for use. 27 1422.9. By a utility company to generate electricity for retail or 1 wholesale sale. And 2, D. Electricity, coal, gas, fuel oil, steam, coke, or 3 nuclear fuel for use in street and railroad transportation for services. 5, 2. To claim the refund allowed by subsection 1 of this 6th section, a purchaser shall submit a refund application to the 7 Department of Revenue on a form provided by the Department. 8. The Department shall establish by rule all necessary 9 procedures for claiming the refund. 10. Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-26-127, Amend 11, 1, Introductory Portion, and add 1, F, as follows: 1239-26-127. Legislation modifying the state sales tax base. No 13 impact on local government sales tax bases. No expansion of Local 14 authority to levy sales tax. 1. Notwithstanding the provisions of 15 Section 29-2-105, 1, D, CRS, any provision of Title 32, CRS, or any 16 other provision of law, and except as set forth in subsection 3 of this 17th section, the levying of sales tax on, exemption from sales tax for, or Local 18 option to levy sales tax on or provide an exemption from sales tax for any 19 tangible personal property or services under the sales tax ordinance or 20 resolution of any county, municipality, special district, authority, or other 21 local government or political subdivision of the state shall not be affected. 22 in any way by the elimination, suspension, or modification of any sales 23 tax exemption or any other legislative modification of the state sales tax 24 base resulting from the enactment of any of the following bills: 25, F, Sections 39-26-102, 21A, 39-26-715, 2, Introductory 26 Portion N, 2, B, I, and 39-26-730 as amended or enacted by 27-1420-10. House Bill 20-1420, enacted in 2020.1 Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes,
Representative Van Winkle.
39-26-212, amend to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move to withdraw reading the bill at length.
Okay, you've heard the motion. We have withdrawn the motion of reading the bill at length. Who is next? Anyone would like? Go ahead, Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, yesterday I talked about a book that used to be required in high school. I don't see it required anymore, but it was called Atlas Shrugged. And in this story, if I were to encapsulate it, it's a story of government run amok, taxing everything, getting involved in every aspect of production, until finally Atlas shrugged and the earth toppled down. So that's pretty much the gist of the book. And of course, Atlas in the story is the human potential embodied in capitalism and what it can do. I also see that economics don't tend to be required in high school or college anymore. And the reason I'm bringing this up, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, is simply this. This bill, to me, encapsulates that story. It encapsulates the story of government saying, you know what, I know we have all these regulations. I know we have this business personal property tax, which is, to me, government run amok. I mean, you're literally paying on taxes on things that are completely depreciated, like a fax machine that a business doesn't even use anymore. But on top of this comes this Bill 1420. On top of this, and on top of everything that has gone on in the last 3 months with COVID-19, and the governor shutting down businesses, closing doors, putting certain restrictions on restaurants. And by the way, if you've ever managed a restaurant or own one, the number of tabletops depends if you're going to be successful or not. And the amount of people at those tabletops depends. You're dependent on the number of people who can attend and sit in those tabletops to be successful or not. There are a lot of things that have been hampering business from getting back up and running. Some of the things government has done right. We just passed a bill just before this one that did that. Gave businesses a little bit of breathing room. And there's some things that have happened in the federal government to ensure that we can get back up and running after COVID-19. But this bill does the opposite of that. And it's telling the people who are still struggling, that saw the light at the end of the tunnel, that no, here's one more barrier to getting up and running. And I'll remind everybody that most people work for a small business that has less than 50 employees. It's not the big businesses, it's the small businesses that put money in the pockets of government. Government itself does not produce anything. In fact, it seems like to me, the number one job of government, as I look over my 8 years here, is to destroy the value of money. I would like to give you a classic take on what I'm talking about. And if you haven't also read Adam Smith's Invisible Hand, which probably should also be required reading, there's a story about something as simple and lowly as a pencil. We tend to look down on the pencil, but it's really a modern marvel of capitalism, human ingenuity, creativity, and the division of labor. And I know we've had some talks about the division of labor today because I saw Representative Holtorf coming down. He represents a segment of the society that allows all this to happen. It allows lawyers to specialize in lawyers, doctors to specialize in doctors, and for most of us to do something different other than farming. If farmers weren't as productive as they were, we'd be going back to an agrarian society and cities would not exist. Because we'd all have to be growing our own food to survive. But because farmers are so good at doing what they do, despite all the challenges they face, you and I are able to sit here today and specialize in different things, and amazing things. So let me tell you the story about the pencil. I'm going to make a claim that may seem outrageous. There's not a single human being on the earth that knows how to make a pencil. Now, how can I say that? Because what I mean is, there's not a single human being on the face of the earth that knows how to make a pencil from scratch. There isn't a single human being who knows the best kind of tree to use to make a pencil, how to make the saw to chop it down, how to build a railroad to take a log to the mill, knows how to cut the wood into perfectly symmetrical strips, knows how to make the yellow paint from various chemicals, knows how to manufacture racers with just the right texture, knows how to do all these things and still keep the price of a pencil down to 2 cents. The writing implement of choice for children all across America and over the world. There are literally millions of people invested in making pencils, and they do it all successfully without a government department of pencils to coordinate them. This is the miracle of the invisible hand of capitalism. If government tried to make pencils, they'd be several dollars a piece, if you could get one. If you could get one. Not only would they be several dollars a piece, try getting one if the government was to make it. And after your previous pencil fell apart. I also want to make another claim, and I can pass out this article later because it's just so good. The other claim is the invisible hand is a uniquely Christian concept. No other culture has developed an economy based on this concept. The Bible says the body of Christ is composed of various members. Not all are the head, some of the arms, some of the fingers, ears, and toes, but each plays a part. There's no such thing as complete self-sufficiency. But imagine for a moment, this bill passes. Atlas shrugs. And we are left to make our own pencils. Imagine a self-sufficient economy where everyone consumes only what they themselves grow or uses themselves to make. I want to imagine Representative Holtorf and Pelton and Catlin and Wilson and some of you folks in the rural areas, Valdez, that if you have milk, it's because you milked your own cow. If you have bread, it's because you grew your own wheat. If you plowed your field, it's because you forged a plow in your garage on your own anvil during your summer break or the interim. Could you live like this and still do your job as a legislator? Could you be completely self-sufficient? No, because we all depend on the division of labor. We can only do one or very few things for a living and depend on others for most of what we eat, use, and enjoy. And I'd say that falls heavily not only on our farmers and ranchers in this room, but also small business. Henry Ford developed this concept where one person could do one thing in excellence, and then the next person does the next thing in excellence. Our lives are enabling this American ingenuity and the division of labor. But this bill stifles that. It puts one more burden on one or more of these parts to make the things that we use and enjoy. And with that, I'm going to urge a no vote on this bill. But this lesson in economics needs to reverberate beyond this chamber. We need to put economics back into our schools, into our high schools,
You have 1
into
minute
our
left.
college, in our college
Representative Zane.
programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Because if we had basic economics I very much doubt that people would be championing this bill. Your constituents would be championing this bill. Because without business, you do not have public education. If we scare businesses away out of the state, we will have less money for public education. If we have economics and education, folks, we will find a way to enable business and American ingenuity, and we will have more money for education. But this bill doesn't do that. It's going to kill public education in a very short time. Because as fast as ingenuity grows a product, it's going to be as fast as ingenuity to figure out this is not the business environment to be in.
And that is your time, Representative Sane. Thank you for coming to the well.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on 1420? Representative Wilson, I see you in the well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to come up here and say that. Just a point of clarification, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, are we on third readings?
I know, yes, we are on third reading. It does feel a little bit like we're in the cow, but members, we are indeed on third reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So first thing I'm going to do is give you a mini lecture, folks. We are on third readings. This chamber looks like seconds. No one's listening. Everyone's doing something else. I apologize, Representative Schneider, that no one's listening. That's an embarrassment to this institution.
I do see a number of members sitting in their seats who are listening intently.
In my 8 years here. This is probably the last time I'm going to mention it, but I've watched the decorum of this chamber go downhill at a high rate of speed over the last 8 years. This is the House of Representatives of the state of Colorado. We only fill these chairs for a short time, but this institution, ladies and gentlemen, is bigger than all of us. And if you don't offer the proper respect to your colleagues in this chamber, if I come back in 8 years, I hate to see what it looks like. And in my time here, I've even witnessed a colleague that had his feet propped up on one of these desks. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. So, that being said, let me address this bill. How many of you remember dog piles in elementary? You remember how much fun it was to jump on? And how much fun it wasn't when you were on the bottom? That's what we're dealing with here, is being on the bottom. One of the things I've noticed that we do not do in this chamber is connect the dots. Representative Singer and I talk about now what with resolutions because we're quick to jump on. Oh yeah, go, 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 and the next day, nothing. Okay, well, that's part of not connecting the dots, folks. We'll pass a bill yesterday and have no connection to today. And when it goes in those red books, it's there forever unless we take it out, and the consequences are there forever. So let's connect some dots. 1418, the school finance bill, which is intent is to fund education. In that bill, it says in a year's time, the tax credits can be withdrawn. What impact is that going to have on your district? I don't think we connect those dots. When we talk about the businessman and 29%, we forget the businessman or the businesswoman also happens to live there. That's another 715. And in smaller communities, we depend on those businesses to help our schools, not only with their tax dollars, but with their support for all the fundraisers that we do. That's the backbone of our community. So let's connect the dots. Representative Roberts has West Grand. In 1418 in a year, their taxes are going to double. Has nothing to do with this bill. That's piling on. Madam Speaker has Gilpin. Those people's taxes are going to quadruple. Representative Froelich, you have Sheridan, a poor district, a really poor district, your taxes are going to go up 29%. Representative Exlin, you have Harrison, another poor district. Those are going to go up 72% in that 14-18 bill. 72. Colorado Springs, which many of you have, only 30%. That those will go up. You're starting to get the piling on here. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, Commerce City, another poor district. They come off easy. There's only an increase of 9.4%. That also, I think, is Carabobo and Benavides' district.
Representative Wilson, thank you so much. I've been reminded that we're not allowed to refer to particular members by name in the well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate that. So whoever might represent Bennett, yours are going to go up 21%. Whoever might represent Florence, which I do as well, they go up 78%. Whoever might represent Johnstown and Gilchrist, they go up 47 and 94%. And whoever represents Thompson goes up 21%. Are you starting to get the picture? Connect the dots. We're funding education with 14-18. Then we say we're going to probably pull those tax credits. And I say probably because I can't say definitely, I won't be here. But I imagine I'll read about that in 2 years. Then we take 14-20 and those businesses who just had their taxes increased in one of my districts by over 70%, then we're going to hammer those districts or those businesses in that district with this bill, and their taxes will continue to go. That's connecting the dots, ladies and gentlemen. It's not independent from that. My businesses sit there and say, why are you adding these on and on and on? Now pile on COVID recovery, and you're starting to get the idea that they might be at the bottom of the pile. Quit piling on. Do not support 14-20.
Representative Holtorf, this, I believe, I'm looking. Okay, nope, carry on. I'll be short. Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, esteemed colleagues, I grew up in the country, and I'm going to share a little country colloquialism with you that's very brief, which is not my nature, as you know. But I always grew up being told, don't bite the hand that feeds you, boy. And my daddy called me boy. And that was an affectionate way of talking to his stepson. He said, don't bite the hand that feeds you, boy. You might not like what you get back. I would argue today, and I've asked the bill sponsors to withdraw the bill for this session. I've asked them. They've said it's just not possible to do. I will still ask one more time for the consideration at this point in time, because we are truly, ladies and gentlemen, biting the hand that feeds us, and I think we may not understand clearly we understand what our intention is, but we don't understand what we will be pulling back in 6 to 12 to 24 to 36 months, and it will not be what we want. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and I want to start by acknowledging the comments of our colleague from Chaffee County about just how we conduct ourselves down here, and I also appreciate the comment that we are here for a limited amount of time. That actually has everything to do with how I operate around here, and I'll come to that in a minute. For the record, my undergrad major was economics, and I did read Adam Smith in connection with that. The stuff about silver and the corn laws and the wealth of nations, real barn burner. I want to reject this dichotomy that we're talking about here between a sane tax policy that lets us support things that we as a state that we should do and what's good for business. These are some of the ways in which we invest millions of dollars into promoting the growth of business in any given year here. Destination Development Program, Office of Film, Television, and Media, Colorado First Customized Job Training, Global Business Development, Office of Outdoor Recreation, Leading Edge Program Grants, Small Business Development Centers, Veterans Career to Service Programs, Skilled Workers Outreach, International Marketing for Colorado Agriculture, Career Development Success. That's millions of dollars right there in a given year. Then we go to higher education so that employers have appropriately skilled, trained employees. Then we go to the billions we put into transportation so that businesses can move goods to and from market and so that their employees can get to work. Then we have the $750 million roughly or more that we put into a Colorado court system so that when businesses have disputes arising among them, they have a fair, neutral forum to go and resolve those disputes. And of course, we have K-12 education, which is where the process of becoming a skilled worker starts. We all pay to educate people who are going to go and work for businesses in our state. And we should all pay because it's one of the most important things that we can do. So, some numbers, and then I'm going to get off numbers. One of the provisions in this bill that we're talking about only applies if you're 7 times Colorado median income. Another provision only applies if you're 362 times Colorado median income. Another provision affects 0.37% of corporation filers in Colorado. Another provision impacts 0.17% of filers. But you know, forget about numbers. Because notwithstanding everything we've been talking about, this bill has never really been about numbers for me. It's been about something even bigger than that. This is about where we are in this awful moment in this state and this country in history, and what history ought to teach us about the cyclical nature of disasters like the one we're in and inequality. You know, disaster and tragedy, whatever form they take, are inescapable. That is part of the human condition. What matters is how we respond to those disasters when we have the chance to, and we all do. That's why we're here. You know, in the 30s, we faced the stock market crash and the Depression. That was a disaster, and we responded with the Works Project Administration and the Civilian Conservation Corps and the Social Security Act, and we lifted people out of poverty and put them back to work. And then, soon after that, another disaster came to us in the form of World War II, and we lost 400,000 of our citizens fighting abroad, and we all made sacrifices at home. And in response to that disaster, we had the GI Bill, the Servicemen's Readjustment Act, that helped get a generation of returning soldiers into school and into home, and we built the foundation of a post-World War II middle class. Then disaster struck again closer to our time in 2008. Financial markets blew up, melted down, and froze up, and this country and this state went into recession. And that was the dawn of our negative factor, which is now $8 billion over the intervening years. Now, as recently as February, we would have said we recovered from that recession. But did we recover fully? I think a lot of us did. Most of us here are probably lucky to say that we did. But people in our communities are still struggling, and education funding has still not caught up. So when we first came into this pandemic, months ago now in March, this was my fear, that the cycle of disaster and inequality would continue to turn, and that in our response, we would fail to live up to what I think ought to be our basic creed. To me, that is the American creed of hope, even in tough times. This went back again last night to a poem that I very much like from Langston Hughes, and he sets forth this basic creed as follows. I'm the one who dreamt our basic dream in the old world while still a serf of kings, who dreamt a dream so strong, so brave, so true, that even yet its mighty daring sings in every brick and stone, in every furrow turned, that's made America the land it has become. Oh, I'm the man who sailed those early seas in search of what I meant to be my home, for I'm the one who left dark Ireland's shore and Poland's plain, and England's grassy lea, and torn from black Africa's strand, I came to build a homeland of the free. I've probably looked at that poem 30 or 40 times in the last year, and finally last night, for the first time, it struck me that maybe it speaks to me so much because I see some of myself in those lines. My grandfather left Poland's plain in 1911 and came to this country because it was not safe to live in Eastern Europe if you were a Jewish person at that point. My other grandfather was born in an immigrant slum in Philadelphia to parents who fled Dark Ireland shore because the potato famine had destroyed generations in that country. Because of them, I am here, standing here, right now, my name on this board. I'm named for both of my grandfathers, Michael James. So a lot of things have made our country the homeland of the free that Langston Hughes writes about. But for me, as I think about our history, as I think about my family's history, one of those foremost things is public education. Certainly was to my grandparents. My grandfather, Weissman, who showed up in this country speaking no English, went to school, went to college, went to med school, worked for 50 years as a doctor because he had access to education. My grandfather, Keeney, descendant of Dark Ireland shore, was never able to go past 9th grade. So he had to work and support a large Irish Catholic family. But the formal education that he did have was enough to spark in him a lifetime love of learning and a successful career in journalism. So it shouldn't be surprising that their children, who were my parents, placed a high premium on education, and they made sure that my brother and I got that. And we were incredibly lucky to go to good public schools where teachers were paid what they're worth and class sizes were reasonable and there were enough books and the roofs weren't falling in and office staff didn't have to double up as bus drivers. We know that happens. School is actually in session 5 days a week. It's getting harder and harder to do in Colorado. So I would not be standing here today but for the opportunities that they had. And because I am standing here now in this moment of disaster in our state, in this moment of pandemic and recession, I cannot dishonor what my grandparents did. I cannot dishonor the opportunities that they afforded me to come here by failing to act. I cannot dishonor all of that history, which is all of our history in this country, by failing to act in a way that is commensurate with the size of the challenge that we face. So yeah, we're in a dark time, you know. We've never lived through this before. We cannot bring back 100,000 plus citizens of our country who've perished from this disease. We cannot fix everything that's been broken. This bill doesn't claim to fix everything that's broken. But education in our country has always been a ladder out of dark places and a key that opens locked doors and a lamp that lights the way out of the shadows. So maybe we can at least start there. Maybe we cannot give short shrift to public education again as we turn out of this recession. Maybe we can just take a critical look at our tax code and make it a little bit more reasonable and end some things that I truly don't think help our state, that are not out there for small business, that are out there for a tiny percentage of taxpayers. Maybe folks can contribute just a little bit more. I know this is a big bill. It is a big bill because we have big problems facing us right now. Small answers are not the right answers to big problems.
You have 1 minute left, Representative Weissman.
Thank you. And the big problems we have are going to get even bigger if we fail to act. So I hope we do act. I hope that we vote yes. I am asking everybody here to vote yes. We need to make this commitment to public education. We all benefited from it. Our ancestors benefited from it. We need to pay that forward to those who come after us. And to my colleague from Chaffee County, it is the fierce urgency of now. It is precisely the limited time that we know we are all here that has compelled me to this. Please vote yes.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Weissman, your comments are so, they tug on the heartstrings. But remember, we got people that are at their kitchen table making decisions. We've seen the growth of government in the state of Colorado. We've seen it grow 27%. Since 2009, I think it's almost 47% growth. One of my favorite heroes is Calvin Coolidge. And Calvin Coolidge, Silent Cal. But he was strong in his determination to keep government in check. During tough times, and there were seriously some tough times during his reign as President of the United States. Folks, I'm just here to say that there's not enough money out there to satisfy all the needs that you all want. Not enough. And I almost feel like we're the parents that now we're going to say, you know, that we're going to dig through the couches, and your kids, if you have an allowance, we're going to pull your allowances back. Because we need that money, because you know what? We, as a state government, did not do a good job of budgeting for tough times. And thank God we have Tabor, yes. So the fact that we did not do our fair share in all the amount of growth that we've had in state government, we didn't put enough monies away for tough times. So now we're going to punish the success of our businesses and put it on the backs of them. Now it's up to you to pony up all the monies that you've done to create your business, to be successful. We're going to just skim off the top from you. Because you have to save us, save the problems that we did in terms of creating a budget and being prepared for the worst of times. Just like our Representative McKee, shame on you. Just think, folks, our government's grown 40% if more from 2009. From 2017, it was 27%. But we did not put enough away for a rainy day. How many here sit at their kitchen table to do a budget and prepare for those dark times? Why didn't we do that? And why are we now saying, you business, you have to pony up? We're going on the backs of you to help us because we did a terrible job of budgeting for the worst of times. So I ask and encourage you all to do the right thing and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Rich. Representative Rich, this is your second time, and you have 7 minutes and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share something with you. And then I know that we're all looking at our phones and various things, and I did receive a letter from someone or an email, and he's a member of the Grand Valley Power, and he sent me the opposition of the Colorado Rural Electric Association, which I believe another colleague is going to share with you. I acknowledged to him that I had it and that we were currently debating this bill. And he wrote me back and he said, "Thank you for your quick response and your no vote. Right now, with a tough economy, even with a small increase, a small business may go under." 3 quick examples, and for those that live on the western slope, you may recognize some of these. Mi Mexico, a beautiful restaurant with great food. The owner was super thankful we had lunch there. He said it is tough going, but he's making it so far. The Garden of Eden, I've known the owner a long time and eat there once a week. Last week he told me if his landlord had not reduced his rent, he would have to close. My son owns Quick Temps and is barely hanging on. This slight increase in taxes and pending state legislation on workers' compensation and paid sick leave will probably be the demise of the above 3 businesses. If you care to please share these stories with the East Slope representatives and the sponsors of this bill. Small businesses everywhere are having tough times. Thank you again for being prudent. So I am just asking you, because there's businesses all over this state, not just in urban Colorado. So please consider voting no, because you're destroying businesses and you're destroying lives.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I have been thinking back over so many of the conversations I had with those who worked in nail salons or massage therapy businesses or tourism, the folks that did wine tours in Manitou Springs. and the hundreds of conversations that we had as they struggled to hang on, and as we tried to connect them with the Small Business Administration for the Paycheck Protection Program, and talking over and over again on virtual town halls about different options for their employees for unemployment. Their employees who didn't know how they were going to pay the next month's rent or buy food for their children. The business owners who always had operated, especially small business, with low margins, but truly did not know how they could make it one more month. And this covered, and so many of these businesses had gone through the 2008-2009 recession, and they said, this is like an economic challenge that we have never experienced before. Because so many of them were either shut down completely or could only operate at a small fraction of their business as they desperately tried to keep on as many employees as they could because they didn't want to lose their good employees, and they also knew their employees didn't have any money to pay bills. And so as we slowly started to reopen and have a few glimmers of hope, there are 3 chambers in El Paso County: Women's Chamber, Tri-Lakes, and Colorado Springs. The Women's Chamber is made up predominantly of fabulous women who have started their own businesses, the vast majority of which are small businesses. But universally, in talking with those businesses and chambers and through virtual town halls and the surveys they did, when I said, what is the most important thing we can do in the remainder of the legislative session? They said, please, 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 do not impose any more costs on us. We are so close to the tipping point in having to close our doors permanently. Correct. We are in survival. Please do not put any more fees, taxes, additional costs, because we are truly at that point where we cannot bear any more. And we still don't know if we'll make it as we're able to open back up and how many employees we'll be able to keep. And so, members, respectfully, and I'm not going to argue economic theory, but I know of no economic theory. I don't know that throwing out what our undergraduate degrees are for those of us who had an economics major. I know of no economic theory in the history of the world, let alone in recent times and the Great Depression and our other recessions, where the answer to recovery is to increase taxes, reduce exemptions, and increase business costs. Of course, a quality education system is critically important, as is transportation infrastructure. Of course, those are critical to both businesses and quality of life. In D20 school district where I reside, I can't think in the 20-some years that I've lived in Colorado Springs where when the school district came to us and asked for additional money, if they justified it, we approved it. Same thing with increasing our local sales taxes in Colorado Springs. Over 80% approval to deal with our roads. That is not where the point. Many of us who believe in fiscal responsibility completely acknowledge the importance of those investments. But members, when we look at the devastation of our business community coming out of the last 2.5 months of a statewide shutdown, where they are on their knees and just starting to stand up. And these are business people of all political persuasions. I have some who reach out to me that say, I'm a Democrat or I'm unaffiliated. But please don't do this, because it doesn't have anything to do with how important you think transportation and education are. Math is math. They're saying, here's how much I've got coming in, because I'm operating at 20% of my normal business volume. Maybe I'll be able to get up to 40 or 50%. I do not have the money in the next year, even in the most optimistic scenarios of what I can expect in my business recovery, to take on more cost. It is math. And so I cannot tell you how many emails and phone calls I have gotten from those same businesses that I worked with in virtual town halls as we tried to get answers on assistance and how do I comply with the public health order now that I can open up with 10 people for this room or at 50% or whatever it was. And they said, Rep. Carver, what are you doing? What is going on up there? We cannot take on any more costs. Not in taxes, not in fees, not in paid sick leave. At least for the next year. We just can't do it. So, members, respectfully, I ask for a no vote on 1420. We have other bills, and I know we're not supposed to speak to those, but I just say we need to keep in mind the unique time, at least in my lifetime, what we're going through in economic recovery is vastly different than 2008. This is a uniquely challenging time for our state and for our economies, whether we're talking City of Colorado Springs or the little towns of Green Mountain Falls or Palmer Lake. And surely, in this legislative session, when we're trying to look at our way forward in the next year, we need to take into account the reality of where our business community is, particularly our small business people.
You have 1 minute left, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And it is for that reason that I would ask for a no vote on this bill. I so appreciate Representative Wilson pointing out those percentages in the other very important bills. I have my district overlaps with 5 school districts, including some of those school districts that are going to get hit hard in that bill, the school finance bill potentially, which is another conversation with the people that I represent. So with that, I ask for a no vote on 1420.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And it's an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, I also rise in opposition of House Bill 1420, as I did on second reading. I'm still in opposition on third reading. This is a very dangerous bill. And as I talked about, now is not the time to further injure the business community. I received an email from the head of my local REA, Rural Electric Association, and he was just very concerned, and he shared with me some of their concerns on the bill that I just want to bring up here now. He writes, the Colorado Rural Electric Association is opposed, as is Grand Valley Power, to House Bill 1420, the just tax expenditures for the state education fund. He goes on to say that they are very worried about the long-lasting negative effects on the membership and the utility consumers that they serve. But looking more at the meat and bones of this bill, if you turn in your bill to page 7, sections 6 to 8, it repeals the sales and use tax exemption for electricity consumers for manufactured and industrial use. This will result in significant additional costs on the rural electric consumers and require electric cooperatives to add expensive infrastructure in order to comply. Cooperatives will have to make significant and expensive changes to billing systems. In some, they'll have to replace metering systems. In a time when small businesses are already struggling, they're struggling significantly from the effects of COVID-19 and from the fact that we were already sliding into a slight recession. This would increase the burdens on them by removing a long-standing exemption, therefore increasing their utility bills. I would like to reemphasize that point. If you remove an exemption that's been in place for many, many years, that increases your utility bills. Fuel used to generate electricity, such as coal and natural gas, will now be subject to sales tax. While the bill provides that taxes on fuel used for generating electricity are eligible for refund through the Department of Revenue, there is absolutely no certainty that the business will be made whole. In any event, there will be an increase in administrative cost that is unnecessary and will be passed on to the consumers. I also want to reemphasize that when we add something like a sales tax to coal and natural gas, that quite frankly, they're still our largest power generating substance, that will directly impact consumers in Colorado. And if you're already struggling from the economic crisis created by COVID-19, you're going to be struggling even more when your electricity prices start to go up. House Bill 1420 would burden the resources of utilities and essential service who are already stretched in continuing to provide service during these trying times while making every effort to help struggling consumers with their accumulating bills. You know, when you have a CEO of your local power company write you, and he's really concerned, I think we should sit up and listen, because it's not every day that you have someone who's that influential in your community, in your district, take time to really write you about a piece of legislation we're debating down here. And I put a lot of weight on this. And this is just one element. I mean, I could dive into every single section of the bill I have trouble with. But I just wanted to highlight the electric component one here, that increasing the costs on businesses by repealing this long-standing exemption is dangerous. Taxing our generation is dangerous as well, because it will lead to increased costs on consumers. I would just encourage you to think a little bit longer before you make your vote, and I would encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. How much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
All right. Colleagues, first of all, we checked on that. We can call each other by our names here in this chamber. It's the Senate over there that are too high and mighty to do that. So we can still refer to each other as representatives over here. So just wanted to clarify that. And I appreciate, where did he go? There he is. I really appreciate the passion of Representative Weissman when he was up here, or we could say my colleague from Arapahoe County. I I just want to point out a couple of things, folks. Again, connecting the dots. At one point, during my 8 years, several times actually, we had over $1 billion in new money. Uncommitted, brand new dollars. I did not see the passion from either side of this aisle saying, we have got to fund education. We could have paid off the BS factor. We could have paid off the BS factor. But we chose to spend that money somewhere else, and now we're going to go to the people that provided that money and say, we spent that money, we need some more. There's something wrong with that picture. The second point I would make, in addition to the passion, is, again, is this additional dollars, or is it merely panic money to pay our obligation to skate by again with education? Because this is what happens to education dollars. Guess what? We put $100 million into that BS factor. Of course, it's still $572 million, and we spent $1.3 billion in new money, but we felt good about it. And now this year, we've got to say we've got to double that BS factor back to $1.18 billion. And now we're in panic mode because we don't have the money. And we're going back to the very people that provided those dollars to us saying, we already spent your money, we need more. Which takes me back to when I was younger, which some of you may not even think I was at any time in my life, but I can remember going to my dad and saying, I spent my allowance, Dad. Could I have some more money? And you know what he said?
You have
Sure,
45
Jim,
seconds.
You go ahead. I'll be glad to give you more money because you were so responsible with the money I gave you before. No. No. He said, live with it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to become responsible with the money that the taxpayers give us and spend it on a priority and not a bunch of priorities which end up being nothing. We've got to make it a priority. This is not the way to do it because we're piling on the backs of the people who provided us those big bucks when things were going well. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So obviously I stand here in opposition of this bill. I want to talk more of a broad sense and elaborate on some of the comments that were made during committee by some of the people who came out who represent businesses and their concerns. Also, obviously I'm speaking to the members here, but I want to speak to the people watching, the community watching, and the business owners watching, and the small business owners as well. I think we really need to listen to the people who came and testified on this bill, and really deep down listen, because there wasn't very much listening going on. What happened is the bill's introduced, and let's just put what the bill is. The bill wants to take money or punish the job producers. The bill wants to punish and take money from the tax generators. And they think that's a wise choice. So, so groups came, representatives came that represented business owners. And they said, I mean, there were people testifying one after another, saying, I represent this business, this will hurt us. And then we had the opposition say, but I have an audit document from the state that says it won't hurt you. So then another person comes up that represents a business and says, yeah, it will hurt us. And then that document was brought out and said, well, we have an audit document saying it won't. Then we have another person come out associated with the business saying, yes, it will. It will hurt us. We're the ones who run the business. We're telling you it'll hurt us. Then there was a comment about the state document saying, no, it won't hurt you. So it kind of became shocking where you have these business owners or business representatives saying, you know, this is my business, or I represent this business. I know this business. And this is going to hurt us. And then you have somebody else saying, no, it won't. I know I have nothing to do with your business, but I'm saying it won't hurt you. The shocking conversation, it's like me going to one of our rural reps and saying, no, I know what's best for rural area, for the farms. I know what's better. When I've never experienced what you all experience. We had people testifying who said, you know, this is why businesses leave. This is why headquarters leave. And when they leave, you know, we can talk to California about this because they got some good experience about businesses leaving. And headquarters leaving. And we put it real simple. When headquarters and these big companies leave, what leaves with them? Jobs and tax revenue. And when jobs and tax revenue leave, how can you fund education when the revenue and the jobs leave? You can't tax something that has just left. But then the other side says, well, I got this document saying it's not going to hurt you. So I asked specifically to a financial company, big financial company in the Denver Tech Center. Okay, so let's not talk about you leaving. Let's talk about growth, expansion. And this representative said, they came to testify, we are a growth company. We are looking to expand. And then I asked, will this bill affect your decision in possibly expanding in Colorado? And the person testifying said, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, because this bill will affect us making new jobs and bringing new tax revenue to the state. Then what did the opposition say after that? I have an audit report here that says it won't. Even though the representative, I think he was he the CEO, was here saying, he was looking at us in the eye and said, this will make us think twice about expanding in this state. Then you have the opposition going, no, it won't. And in some ways, it blows your mind. It's like a farmer saying, I may have to close shop. This is my farm, I may have to close shop because the stress of the economic environment and the burden of this bill will make me close shop. And then the opponent's saying, no, it won't. You cannot get additional tax revenue from a job who has just moved to a different state. And I wish we could, The experienced people came up to testify about reality. And there's a break here of reality. A situation, this is something I sometimes tell my daughter, a situation isn't always what you want it to be, it's what it really is. I'll say that again. A situation isn't always what you want it to be, it's what it really is. I wish we could just raise taxes and take benefits away from businesses. I wish that businesses wouldn't go overseas or go to Tennessee, Texas, or Florida. I wish businesses wouldn't leave our state and go to zero income tax states. But that's reality. And if you make a situation less favorable, businesses will leave. And we can act like all day long that won't happen, but that's reality. And we can have a document, an auditor's document saying, no, it won't. And all these businesses come up to testify and say, yes, it will. We're going to have to start listening. And we need to listen, and we need to look at California and their experiment. And we need to look at Texas and businesses flowing over there. And why? Why are businesses going to Tennessee? Why are businesses going to Florida? And why?
You have 1 minute left, Representative Sandridge.
You cannot. And I'm still talking in a real broad sense. The more you make it difficult on a certain group of people, then they will leave to an environment that's more friendly. It's really simple. And we can sit back and look these businesses in the face and go, no, this won't hurt you. And they can say, yes, it will. And we cannot listen, and then we'll suffer the consequences. And lastly, if we cared about education, there was amendment after amendment after amendment going on during the long bill, and they were all shot down. So again, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you, sir.
So I'm going to come up and speak on this bill. Many of my constituents over in Northwest Colorado have really lit up my email and everything else. They're so opposed to this bill. I want to speak first from Natural Soda. I got a letter from them that they realize they're addressing many important issues here at the legislature right now, but they raise their concern about House Bill 1420. This legislation seeks to end the sales tax exemption for manufacturing on energy. For natural soda over there in my district, Northwest Colorado, they estimate that removing this exemption would increase operating costs by more than $300,000 per year moving forward for them. They add that adding this cost to our bottom line would negatively impact our competitiveness and our ability to hire more employees and invest in our operations. Natural Soda produces pure sodium bicarbonate through solution mining on its BLM leases in Rio Blanco County in my district. They're one of the largest North American producers of baking soda for the food and beverage industry, healthcare, agriculture, industrial, and specialty markets. For nearly 30 years, Natural Soda has been one of the most stable and growing employers in Rio Blanco County. With current reductions in mining in nearby Moffat County and other economic challenges presented to our region by COVID-19 and decreases in oil and gas operations, which we're quite aware of that with Senate Bill 181, Natural Soda remains a critical employer in the region. One of their goals at Natural Soda is to open new markets for our Colorado product, Colorado Proud, and to increase exports of American-made products. Adding to our cost of operations significantly will increase the cost of our product, potentially making natural soda less competitive in the domestic and international marketplaces. Natural soda has operated as an essential service through the COVID-19 pandemic and the stay-at-home orders. During the pandemic, natural soda provided baking soda to the domestic baking industry for bread and other food production, agricultural industry to support the U.S. dairy and egg production industries. We've talked quite a bit about that. The paper products, obviously we need those. The paper products industry, part of manufacturing of toilet paper. We're quite aware of that in the COVID-19 pandemic. Cleaning and consumer products industry as a key ingredient in cleaning supplies, laundry detergents, soaps, toothpaste, and other products. Natural soda vehemently opposes this bill. Also Associated Governments Northwest Colorado opposed 1420. They state imposing all taxes, these taxes on rural Colorado businesses will make it even more difficult to recover from the current economic crisis. It has always been difficult to attract business to our rural areas. We all know that. This bill imposes additional disincentives for investment in western Colorado, and ask for a no vote on this. One of my other constituents over there, JPM Prototype and Manufacturing, said, I'm a manufacturer, this is from Dave Jeffrey, I'm a manufacturer of 28 employees, and I need you to fully understand how devastating House Bill 1420 will be for my business, especially during a time when I'm doing all I can to keep my team members employed. So I want you to pay attention to this. He said there could not be a worse time for this bill. Could not be a worse time. He employs 28 people over there. That's fairly, actually large, rural Colorado. 28 employees is a pretty good deal. Also from the mayor of Parachute, said, I need you to understand, please listen, colleagues, to find additional sources of revenue during this economic crisis. I don't believe that adding additional cost to the industries that provide solid jobs and stability for the economy is a correct method. That's directly from the mayor of Parachute. And so with those, and my letters from my constituents and emails from my constituents, they all recognize how bad this bill is and what the economic devastation it'll cause, in addition to what we're already experiencing in the northwest part of Colorado. So I strongly urge a no vote on House Bill 1420. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come down here today to talk about something at home. We have a manufacturer of chocolate. Russell Stover's Chocolate is located in Montrose. It's been there since the early 70s. 400 plus jobs. Well, during this, just prior to the emergency that we've had in regards to the virus, they announced that they would be closing. They were going to be closing in March of 2021. And the shudder that went through my community was real. 400 jobs in a town of 19,000. Now, they're not big, fancy jobs. They're jobs, shift work, manufacturing candy, packaging candy, putting it on semi-trucks and shipping it all over the country. But they're very steady. My community has no idea how we will go about replacing those jobs. So the community came together and we got all our minds together and we're trying to figure out what to do with that giant facility. It's a nice building. It's got a great opportunity for someone else to come to town. This week, we got noticed that rather than March of 2021, they'll be leaving in August of 2020. It just got real. These are the kind of things that worry me in regards to 1420. How many companies might decide now's the time, let's get out, let's go. And the other thing I want you to be aware of is that in economic development, a lot of times what that's about is me going to your town and seeing if I can get your companies to come to my town. Statewide, nationwide, however we go about it. We don't create new industries. We go someplace and see if they would like to come and be in our communities. The state of Colorado does that. We go and talk to companies and get them to come here. I can tell you the news from 1420 has the economic developer recruiters busy in Colorado. Just saying, you know, if you can't handle it, come to where we live. We'll certainly give you some tax benefits to come to our state. The question that I'm asking is the state of Colorado open for business? Or have we decided that we'll be a destination for those that are working in other places? Maybe they can come here and vacation. But this is going to go deep into a lot of businesses, big, small, indifferent. I really think this is the time for us to consider we're not doing something just in a knee-jerk reaction. We need to think this through, take a look at what it's going to look like on the other end. What are we doing? It's been spoken about this morning about what it's going to look like, piling on, all those terms. And you know, that got my attention. It really did get my attention because that argument made sense. I'm having to think through where my community is going to end up with this because while I've been here, 2 restaurants have closed permanently. Popular restaurants too. So it's not just manufacturers, it's not just the people that we think about when we think about business. We're talking about people that have decided they would take a risk and try. And now with COVID, that risk is coming home to roost. It's hard to make money when you're closed. One of the things that I would ask is that we put this off until we are doing well. We could complicate the problem so much more by adding to the burden that we may lose more businesses. And in a community like mine that has a traditional Main Street, has one high school, and is definitely a hometown to people, we suffer when we lose those businesses on Main Street. Because we have enough competition from the big boxes. We've been found. We have our share of big boxes. And they are tough to compete with. But we also have our box store restaurants that can advertise nationwide, bring in their advertising, all of the things. And if you're just down the street, it's hard to compete with that. Yet, there is a difference between people today. And that difference is, there are people that sign the front of a check, and then there are people that sign the back of the check. I'm not sure how many people in this room sign the front of a check, or that create the money to pay out in their communities in wages. But I can tell you that a small business that has 20 people that are on the payroll, those 20 people or am very, very important to this little town that I live in and to the little towns that I represent. I don't know if we've thought about this isn't a great burden. It's only going to take a little. But out of that 20-person payroll, if it ends up being 16 people on the payroll, this is a big deal. Because now we have 4 families in my communities that are going to need aid, that are going to need help. No matter how much they don't want to take help, when it gets down to the baby needing food, or when it gets down to having to pay the rent, or to do those kind of things, we have to have help. If we can continue to have people getting a paycheck, then we help these communities recover. It was a big enough deal that the federal government came out with PPP to allow people to still get a paycheck as we struggled through this COVID. And those employers went and filed for that PPP to make sure that their employees were getting a paycheck. And as this crisis continues to go on, they're afraid now. Will I be able to continue to pay those folks? And now from the city of Denver, from up here on Capitol Hill, we look back to them and say, well, you know, we sure hope you can, but we are going to remove some of the exemptions and the tax write-offs that you've had in the past. Right at the time they don't need it.
You have 1 minute left, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm really asking seriously now. For the communities that we represent, I know it's hard to imagine in the big city, but in a small community, you have to believe that we are all holding hands. What's good for me is good for you. What's good for us is good for the community. Today is an opportunity for us to vote no and help the communities that we came from. Those employers are immediately critical to the survival of the communities that we represent. Please consider, and I'm asking, for a no vote on 1420. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I was involved with that amendment that was put on earlier. That was a great amendment. There are still way too many things in this bill that are going to hurt rural Colorado, going to hurt all of Colorado, because the appetite in this building is just insatiable. Everybody in this state right now is having to take a step back, take a cut in what they bring home until it comes to the state government. We're taking very small incremental cuts, but why does the state capitol and this legislature have to be out in front when what we should be doing is do no harm? Let's let this state's economy get to rolling again. And then when things are rolling good, then we start coming back in instead of just continuing to be the heavy pressure of spending on programs that sometimes show little to no effect, but cost a lot of money. One thing that has been touched on is the increased cost of electricity, and that's going to cost our little local co-ops more money, so they're going to have to pass it on. And that's going to directly affect the senior citizens that are on fixed incomes. They have no room for any increase, but yet there's going to be increase. What do? Oh, maybe they don't eat a meal or two a week. I don't think that's right. I don't think we should be forcing that on them. I can't speak to all the bad things this bill is, that it does, and that it will do. You know, if you are struggling and want to try to find a business to get into in this state, that would be great. Would probably be a moving business. Rental trucks that can load people up and get them out of the state, because that is what's going to happen.
Members, it's a little loud in here for third reading. Sorry for the interruption, Representative Pelton. Please keep it down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'm about done. I don't think people realize if this bill passes what it's going to do to this state. People are going to want to get out and get out fast. So if you need a business, buy a moving business. Get that started. So with that, I urge strong opposition and a no vote on this bill.
There any further discussion? Representative Holtorf, I don't believe you have time left. Let us check real quick. You do. Please enter the well.
I don't have my mask. Wait a minute. I gotta get my mask.
Representative Will, would you like to go while he's getting himself together? Okay, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Not for my protection, but the protection of others, I put this mask on, as you know, and I'm here before you, speaking humbly but loudly. And it is not my desire to preach to anyone. I've been told by colleagues that I consider friends who try to help me and professionally educate me in
I'm sorry, members, it's getting loud again.
In what we do here at the Capitol as a new legislator, who before December 28th had no political desire whatsoever. But here I am before you. The question that I ask is, who do we serve? Who do we serve when we do what we do here? Do we serve our own passions? Do we serve our party? Do we serve the policies that are promulgated by our party and our leadership? Do we serve ourselves? Do we serve any combination of those things? That is a question we all have to answer within our hearts and our heads. But I will tell you, none of the above is correct. None of the above. Because we are sent here, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, majority leadership, minority leadership, to serve only one thing, and that is the people. The people of this great state must be put ahead of all of the things I have previously mentioned. Our passion must be subordinate to the will of the people. Our party, I would argue, must be subordinate to the will of the people in the House district that we serve. Those policies promulgated by those also must be subordinate. Now, I would consider in those points, what is our true obligation? Are we listening to those who are telling us? Because I was not in the committee, but what I was told about the committee was that we weren't listening. We weren't doing what we are obligated to do, and that's listen. Now, I will tell you, Action 22 has contacted me and many of us. And for those of us from Southern Colorado, Action 22 has made a
I'm
very...
sorry, Representative Holtorf, please don't threaten members on the floor.
I'm talking about Action 22. Who have I threatened, Madam Speaker Pro Tem? I'm confused. Who have I threatened? I'm just talking about Action 22.
It sounded like you were about to make a threat, and I was just gently suggesting let's not do that on the floor, please.
Well, I'm not threatening, ma'am. I'm merely talking. When I threaten you, you will know it. Now, that is not a threat.
I do not appreciate that, Representative Holtorf.
Ma'am, that is not
at all.
That is not a threat. That's a statement to clear my point that I'm not threatening. Okay? Now, I know I come from the country and I have hearing aid problems. I don't refuse the hearing aids, but I, according to my wife, should have gotten them years ago. But now let me get back to my point, ladies and gentlemen, about Action 22. And Action 22, who serves the southern part of the state, many of us here come and air and represent the southern and eastern parts of Colorado. Before we get distracted about threats, I just merely want to make this point. If I can even find it. Now, very quickly I learned that there are stakeholders. Stakeholder was not a word I used before January 7th. Very often. I was also, in my experience, told to listen to your stakeholders because they represent the people that you serve. You need to listen to them. So, I am not going to put my arrogance over my obligation. I'm going to listen. And here's what they say. The mission of Action 22 is to give a strong voice to Southern Colorado communities. We have heard an immediate and tremendous amount of concern over our members' regards to this bill. On behalf of Action 22 Board of Directors, please accept this letter as Action 22 statement that it is adamantly opposed to House Bill 2014-20, which will revoke long-standing sales tax exemptions and further cripple already suffering businesses. This historical exemption provides value to our entire economy. For its inception, the exemptions have served Colorado's tax policy goals of avoiding levying the sales use tax on inputs to a producer's goods and taxable services. Colorado has led the nation with a robust economy in recent years, an economy heavily reliant on small business. Coloradoans in our communities depend on the exemption to keep their costs competitive with those in other states. Boy, has that point been made. They call it backdoor loss, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't think this will cause some backdoor loss, you're sadly mistaken. Because people vote with their feet. And for those of us in Southern Colorado, ladies and gentlemen, we better pay attention to Action 22, because they're paying attention to us. That's not a threat, that's a fact. Allow me to continue. In turn, those businesses support local communities through property taxes paid to local governments, school districts, roads, bridges, public safety, and other public investments. Many of these businesses are the prime employers in our region. And boy, don't I know that in my small towns. And we better pay attention because people are talking and they're watching. Concern of already tiny operating margins, a lack of stakeholder input on this specific bill. Did we really have when we run the table at the last minute trying to ram and jam all these bills through with 2-3 weeks to go, do you really think we offer public input? Absolutely not. Let's be honest with each other. What we're doing is not something I see to be honorable, and I'm not proud of it. We need to think about what we're doing as we try to run the table and shove that golf ball through the garden hose as fast as we can, which is what I see happening. Now, allow me to continue. We put Colorado at a competitive disadvantage for attracting or retaining companies, begs the consideration of other approaches. Adding more burden to our businesses will only serve to exacerbate Colorado's budget problems in the long run. These are not my words. These are words of Action 22, an organization, a stakeholder organization that I have grown to respect in my short time in the State House.
You have 1 minute left, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Let us first consider eliminating recent or new programs which we will not be able to sustain until we get our economy back on its solid footing. At a time when Colorado businesses are trying to recover from this unprecedented health, social, and economic crisis, Bolstering our businesses, who will be the vehicle for long-term recovery, must be a priority. We're not bolstering our businesses. We're trying to get in their back pockets and take more of what they may not have because of what is happening in this state. So, I will tell you, I'm strongly opposed to this. Action 22 is strongly opposed to this. Southern Colorado, the Chamber of Commerce of Colorado Springs, is strongly opposed to this. Are you listening? I don't think we are. I think our arrogance has closed our ears. That's not a threat. I think it's what's happening. Now, I could be very wrong. I've been wrong many times.
And your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, for the privilege to speak before the state of Colorado and this esteemed body.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you, sir.
I just wanted to come back up and talk. You know, I'm hearing so much from my small businesses over there and my manufacturers and my energy business. And, you know, this is a small business right there in Meeker, Colorado. Talks about the Federal Tax Cuts and Job Act passed in 2017. The 199A small business tax deduction of the 20% of business income. That 20% small business tax deduction helps produce record highs in hiring, employee compensation, and business expansion. We talk about employee compensation and all those things in this floor in this General Assembly all the time. Here's something that really helps out so they can hire new people and give them more compensation, be it health care or whatever. But he states if this bill passes, you'll be asking business owners like me to reopen, rehire, after having been forcibly closed while also increasing my taxes. And he said, just to put it quite simply, this would place irrevocable harm on my business like mine and the all Colorado small business economy in general. It's a true statement. I can tell you if this bill passes, probably the best business to be in will be in U-Haul, Petschke, Mayflower. That's probably going to be the best business if this bill passes. I don't think anyone's listening. The best business to get into and invest in is U-Haul, Mayflower, and Petschke, I think, if this bill passes. So also, this is a statement of opposition from the Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado, which I mentioned earlier, but I want to read what they have to say. Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado opposes this bill, obviously. The fiscal impacts of the shutdowns due to COVID-19 have been felt from the smallest level of government to the state. Businesses in rural Colorado of all stripes, whether tourism, recreation, agriculture, service, or light-duty industry, have all suffered. Businesses are hanging on by a thread, and many have not been able to hold on at all, which we're well aware of that. Many have already closed. The health of local government depends on the health of business and the citizens that run those businesses. Without sales tax, without property tax, local governments cannot support the essential services that the state mandates the people need. Fundamentally, Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado feels that this House Bill 1420 may have the unintended consequences of delaying the economic recovery of the state and in parts of rural Colorado. Prevent that recovery entirely. This bill will discourage investment in rural communities. We've already seen that. Rural Colorado never fully recovered from the last major recession. Any legislation that does not incentivize commercial activity will prevent the local governments from raising the tax revenue they need to provide. They understand that the $3 billion impact of the state budget, a little more than that, and yet that the impact cascades down to every local government in Colorado, especially rural Colorado, where I represent. If our businesses cannot recover, we cannot recover. Also, I got a comment from one of my local ranching families over there by Rifle, been in the cow business for a long time. And they just said, Perry, we're asking you to vote no on this. We feel this bill is detrimental to all farmers and ranchers. How much more are we going to have to be taken from our livelihood? We can't do it.
You have about 1 minute left, Representative Will.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Also, I got one from Rod Martinez, Grand Valley Power. I know Representative Pelton talked about our rural power associations, but He refers to Section 6 through 8 of the bill beginning on page 7 that repeals the sales and use tax exemption for electricity consumed for manufacturing and industrial use. This will result in significant additional costs on rural electric consumers and require electric cooperatives to add expensive infrastructure in order to comply. Cooperatives have made significant and expensive changes to billing systems and in some cases replaced metering systems in a time when small businesses are struggling significantly from the effects of COVID-19. This would increase the burden on them by removing a long-standing exemption, therefore increasing their utility bills. Fuels used to generate electricity, such as coal and natural gas, will now be subject to sales tax. While the bill provides that taxes on fuel used for generating electricity are eligible for a refund through the Department of Revenue, there is no certainty that the business will be made whole.
Your time is up, Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Buckenfeld.
It's an honor to serve with you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
And it's an honor to serve with you, neighbor in Henderson.
Folks, I rise in opposition to House Bill 20-1420, and I want to tell you a little bit about my background and why I'm opposed to this bill, and this bill breaks my heart. It's breaking my heart because of the emails that I'm receiving from the small business owners in my district and around the state. They're terrified to death on what's happening here, and I'd like to explain to you why this is so meaningful to me. Part of my past career was as a special asset lender, and for you folks who don't know what a special asset lender is, that's when a business struggles and they're in a bank and they have a loan and they're put in a department to where the banker has to work with them to either shore up the loan or to move them out of the bank or to liquidate the business. And I was in that business for several years, and I want to talk to you about what I seen. I seen people who had a vision, a dream, that they could be self-employed. I seen people, and I specialized in small business, who thought that they could finally break away and do something meaningful on their own. So they set up a business plan. They went into their banker because they needed financing. They needed an operating line of credit. The banker sits down, looks at their business plan, and says, "We need collateral." So what does the small businessman do? He takes the equity in his home. He takes any other assets that he has because he has the passion. Madam Chairman, can I please get the attention?
Can we please quiet it down in the room? Representative Buckenfeld would like your attention.
I think this is important because these small business people are putting their personal assets on the line. And they start their small business, and what's the next thing staring them in the face? 60 to 80-hour work weeks. They're working hard. They're struggling. And like any other human being, they want to be a success. They want this to happen. But also, other than the collateral, when the bank gives them the operating line of credit, they put covenants on this business. They say you have to perform at a certain level and meet the pro forma that you've put in your business plan. And if you don't make those covenants, we're going to have some serious conversations. And oh, by the way, I also want your financial statements every 6 months or every year so I can monitor the business. Why is the banker doing that? Because government comes into the bank and they say, if this asset is not performing well, we need for you to classify it and put additional money in loan loss reserve. You know what that means? That means the bank doesn't make money on the loan. And when a bank and a financial institution that has stakeholders can't make money on a loan, they have a serious conversation with the business owner. But this particular business owner was successful. They ran their small business. They fought off all the risk. And guess what happens next in a free market society? Someone sees you doing well, and they go right across the street, and they open the same business, and they compete with you. Then what happens? By golly, I got to beat out my competitor. So the small businessman's back in the soup again, working hard, 60, 80 hours a week, cutting expenses everywhere they can, trying to operate that business as efficiently as they can. And then what happens? COVID-19 hits. The government shuts down. Oh, great, I get some PPP checks and stuff to try to buy some time. But I think I can work through this. You know, I've worked through everything before. My competitor across the street's folding up. I think I can reestablish this business. I think I can bring my employees back. Then what happens? Oh, the government again. The government comes in and raises my taxes. I'm just about ready to beat this thing after fighting off a competitor, after fighting off COVID-19, after fighting a government shutdown. And I'm about ready to make it again, and by golly, the government comes down and raises my taxes. Pretty soon you violate those financial covenants that you made to your banker. Pretty soon, the bank auditors come in and they classify the assets and they put you in the special asset group, and you got to meet a guy sitting across the table whose job is figure out a way for you to survive, or figure out a way to get you out of the bank and go somewhere else, or figure out a way to protect the stakeholders' interest in that bank and liquidate the assets. Folks, I stood in those shoes. I was the guy on the other side of the desk. I looked Ma and Paul in the eye when they were had to liquidate their business. The tears, the heartbreak. And there's human tragedies associated with when people fail, and people are caused to fail. So the banker has to shut off the line of credit. Small business owner goes into bankruptcy. We liquidate the business. That's what happens. And we're a party to that today. When I see these emails coming into me from these small business owners who are begging us not to do this, they're begging us not to pile on, as Representative Wilson has said, because their whole livelihood is put into this, and nobody likes to be a failure. Now, I want you to stop and think of the personal consequences and the mental anguish people go through when they rolled the dice and they failed. They don't just feel like they failed the business, they feel like they failed their employees. They feel like they failed their family. They have to sell their home and downsize, go somewhere else. What do you think happens to people that are under that kind of pressure and mental anguish? I don't want a part of it, folks. Vote no against this bill. Vote no with me against this bill. There are ramifications of what you're doing. This timing is terrible. Terrible from what you put these small business owners through. I have no idea why you would want to do that. Do you think there's human beings behind these businesses? Or do you think they're just little robots? I ask, do you please vote no? Thank you.
Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Not for some wonky policy issue. We could discuss the process at length and how we started off this session saying things were going to be fast, friendly, and free, and how this was rushed through in a time when people couldn't actively come up here and lobby their legislators and make their voices heard. But I rise in opposition. I rise in opposition for that family with young children that took a risk, that sold their home, moved into a tiny apartment to start a small business, to start something that they could call their own, something that they could be proud of. That family that sacrificed, lived off of pennies, fed their kids basically rice and beans and noodles till they could finally get their business to a point where it was starting to take off. It was finally starting to blossom. Things looked good in February of 2020 this year. The future looked bright for a lot of those businesses. And finally, those families were going, it's all this blood, sweat, and tears and sacrifice, it's finally starting to pay off. And then, boom, the government comes in and shuts them down. By and large, most of those businesses start off saying, you know what, we're going to do our part. Remember that? Hashtag doing my part, CO? That's what they did. They said, we're going to do our part. We're going to shut down. We're going to close down for a little bit. It's going to be 2 weeks. So they went from a bright, shining light to what they saw was a tunnel with a light at the end that they could kind of see. And then what does the government do? They add to that tunnel, and that light gets dimmer and dimmer. Oh, now we're going to go on 30 days, now 60 days. Some, at their wits' end, said, we're about to go bankrupt. I'm not going to be able to feed my kids. I'm going to reopen. And the state came in and sent the attorney general after them with cease and desist letters, destroying their livelihoods, punishing them while the others are reopening, still not allowing them to reopen. So they went from this bright light, years and years of blood, sweat, and tears, and sacrifice, to that light practically being shut. And finally, we're getting to a point. Remember, flatten the curve, flatten the curve, flatten the curve? We flattened the curve, and now the curve's practically done. We have protests going on, and we're still not seeing that curve spike in a major way. And they're going, gosh, we can finally start to get back to business and get back to a point, hopefully we'll get back to a point we were in February, where the future looked bright. The future looks so bright in February, we're about to get back there. And the legislature's reconvening, but we're hearing positive words because things are going to be fast, friendly, and free. To 4 days ago, bills like this dropping down.
I'm sorry, Mr. Minority Leader. It's getting loud in here. Can we please lower the tone? Please continue.
4 days ago, bills like this that dropped down. And that little dimmer of light that they had, that hope that they had, is squashed, and now they're in darkness. Just like Representative Bockenfeld said. What does that do to them? We should be doing the exact opposite of bills like this. We're saying that we're doing this somehow to fund education, but that is not, I don't believe that is the truth. As we've seen before, money comes in, we say, oh, we funded education, and we take it out the back door, just like Representative Wilson said, and fund something else. That's a Hobson's choice. And it's not, quite frankly, a choice between A and B, because we had option C. We had over $700 million in budget amendments that we added that were totally rejected in this chamber. There are other options out there to fund education adequately. Ladies and gentlemen, these people that we've discussed, they're true families with true employees. And what they've done is they said, you know what? The state needs some lifeblood, and you know what? I'll offer my vein. I'll offer my vein, and I'll give some lifeblood. And they gave blood. And then the state took more blood. And the state took more blood. And now you're about to drip them dry and empty the last bit of blood they have to give. And you know what that's going to do when they fail? In the future, there's not going to be extra money because our economy is going to be in the tanks. There's not going to be any extra money for those kids in education. It's a popular phrase, but that's what Representative Ransom was talking about when she says, we killed the golden goose, or we killed the goose that laid the golden egg. That's exactly what she's talking about. You're about to destroy the people that actually provide jobs, that actually provide for this economy, that actually ends up paying the taxes, that provide for our children's education. Our citizens have gone through hell this year. Do not take away their hope by passing bills like this that will ensure the destruction of their businesses, their livelihood, their pride. The symbolism of everything that they've sacrificed for. Vote no on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1420? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1420. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the screen, Representative Landgraf, are you available for vote? I'll start with Representative Buckner. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Buckner votes yes. Representative Melton?
Yes.
Representative Melton votes yes. Representative Jackson?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Landgraf? I'm sorry, Representative Landgraf, how do you vote? I'm going to come back to you, Representative Landgraf.
No.
Okay, Representative Landgraf votes no. Representative Sullivan? Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative Froelich? Representative Froelich votes yes. Representative McLaughlin? Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Titone? Representative Titone votes yes. I need Coleman, Baisley, Hooton, Humphrey, Kennedy, McCluskey, Snyder, Van Winkle, Young, Madam Speaker. People are coming. Okay, votes are coming in. Still looking for Baisley, Humphrey, Kennedy, McCluskey. Doing a quick check. Baisley, Kennedy. Okay, waiting. Giving a little equal opportunity here. See if we can find us some great Representatives Baisley and Humphrey.
Are these going to be motorized shades? This one and the big one on the side.
Representative Landgraf, you're not on mute.
Cord. Sorry.
He's coming. Okay, waiting. Say again. Oh, thank you. Okay, we're waiting, we're waiting. Yep. Here he is. Okay. I was going to find him a pizza party for the whole place.
Representative Baisley, what should your fine be? $50? $20? How much? $10? What do you think, Representative Baisley? All right, $10 it is. I have not talked, I mean, he knows, like, I didn't talk to him, like, we're introducing it tonight. Please close the machine. With 30, oh, wait, I didn't make the call. I think it was with 39 aye votes, 26 no votes, and 1 excused. House Bill 1420 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Okay. Hold on, printing report. Okay, Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till later today.
Seeing no objection, we'll lay over the balance of the calendar till later today. Printing report.
Printing report, the chief clerk reports that the following bills has been correctly
Printing report will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Message from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the advisor.
to House of
Message from the
Representatives.
advisor will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bill.
House Bill 1426 by Representatives Escar and McCluskey, also Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning legislative engagement in the management of state operations.
House Bill 1426 is assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1427 by Representative Caraveo, also Senator Fields and Moreno, concerning the taxation of products that contain nicotine and in connection therewith incrementally increasing the cigarette tax and tobacco products tax, expanding both of these taxes to apply to sales to consumers from outside of the state, creating an inventory tax that applies when the cigarette tax increases, creating a minimum tax amount for moist snuff tobacco products, creating a tax on nicotine products that is equal to the total tax on tobacco products, establishing new rates for cigarettes, tobacco products, and nicotine products that are modified risk and tobacco products that are half of the statutory tax, referring a ballot issue for the prior voter approval for the new and increased taxes and allocating the tax revenue. 1427.
Just a minute. The House will be in a brief recess. Senate bills for introduction.
Senate Bill 95 by Senators Holbert and Garcia, also Representative Bockenfeld and Coleman, concerning providing information concerning concurrent enrollment to parents of middle school students.
Senate Bill 95 is assigned to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs and Appropriations.
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Winter and Bridges, also Representative Young, concerning a grant program for small businesses affected by the economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that is financed by money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act.
Senate Bill 222 is assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Hansen and Tate, also Representatives Escar and Soper, concerning a moratorium on changing the ratio evaluation for assessment for any class of property for property taxation that is contingent on the repeal of related constitutional provisions.
Senate Bill 223 is assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 224 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning a prohibition on landlord engaging in certain activities related to a tenant's citizenship status.
Senate Bill 224 is assigned to the Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. Not yet. I'm waiting for Will. I have to wait on Will. He's just, hold on just a second. I'm going to just make some quick assignments. Representative Hooton will replace Representative Jaquez Lewis on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs today only. Representative Froelich will replace Representative Snyder on Finance today only. We've got to hold just a minute more. The House will be in a brief recess. Actually, we'll just do a couple more announcements. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public Healthcare and Human Services Committee, I'm going to give you your schedule unless other bills end up in our plate, but we're going to go with this order. Senate Bill 162, Families First. Senate Bill 213, Alcohol Takeout, that should be fun for everyone. Senate Bill 221 with Representative Titone, and House Bill 1425 with Representative Geithner. So once again, 162, 213, 221, and 1425. No, I'm not a bingo caller. As soon as we get off the floor, we'll give everyone 10 minutes. And so as soon as we get off the floor, we will be in the Old State Library.
You are not a bingo caller, but you are apparently a bingo sponsorer.
I'm a pretty good singer, too.
Wait a minute. Okay, I have one more bill to introduce. It's going to your committee. Okay, which one is it? Tobacco.
House Bill 1427 by Representative Caraveo, also Senator Fields and Moreno, concerning the taxation of products that contain nicotine and in connection therewith incrementally increasing the cigarette tax and tobacco products tax, expanding both of these taxes to apply to sales to consumers from outside of the state, creating an inventory tax that applies when the cigarette tax increases, creating a minimum tax amount for moist snuff tobacco products, creating a tax on nicotine products that is equal to the total tax on tobacco products, establishing new rates for cigarettes, tobacco products, and nicotine products that are modified risk tobacco products that are half of the statutory tax, referring to ballot issue for prior voter approval for the new and increased taxes, and allocating the new tax revenue.
House Bill 1427 is assigned to the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Appropriations. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Finance Committee, we will hear Senate Bill 128, House Bill 1427, Senate Bill 223. We'll be down in room 112. We'll meet immediately upon adjournment.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the Joint Budget Committee will be meeting at 2:30 in Alice B.A. for Conference Committee on the Long Bill and 1384.
Any other announcements? Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appropriations Committee members, we will be meeting after the committees of reference and after JBC Conference Committee. Since this is a moving target, we'll try to keep you posted on when that will be. I would anticipate 3:30-ish, potentially later. Thank you for your, we'll be in room 271. We will be hearing bills 215, Senate Bill 215, 217, 162, 218, possibly Senate Bills 95 and 222. There may be additional bills added to this list, but at this time, that's what we're hearing. Thank you.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I said the numbers wrong. So Senate Bill 218, House Bill 1427, and Senate Bill 223.
Thank you, Representative Harrod. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of State Veterans and Military Affairs, we will be meeting in 20 minutes at 1:45 p.m. in HCR 107 to hear Senate Bill 95, Senate Bill 224, and HCR 1002.
Any other announcements or introductions? Seeing none, you want to put us in recess?
Did I mention that there will be a call to the House at some point?
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, once these committees conclude, we will do a call of the House, so stay tuned. And with that, I move that we stand in a recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will be in a recess until later today.